Hello and welcome to the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm Dungeon Master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the House of Gamers Discord server. I see the banner and the thing here. Yes, it is my birthday today, so thank you everyone for all the birthday wishes and everything else. It's been really awesome. So yeah, this is wow, another year down, and you just keep having more and more fun. So um, I will say, um, is I am definitely honored to be here with you on my birthday, and for everyone watching out there. I hope you all have fun today as well here. The Raven's Tail. You guys are stuck in the Feywild, and and having chased Akoa through some sort of weird passageway beneath Maltana's between the hedge maze of Maltana's Manor, you wound around into a strange maze-like structure of a copy of the house that you had explored here, the Manor House. Upon exiting that house, found discovered that you were no longer in the material plane. You were on the Feywild, and after some discussion and difficulty, managed to go around and track Akoa to where he was resting and trying to recover from the beating he'd taken there, and stealthily moved in to finish him off and take back the coin. But then realizing you had no way back home. So Amethyst, retrieving the uh, token from Siobhan, the Pixie Queen that they recovered long time ago, um, called out to the Fae, to the Archfey, who through um, a use of some sort of a strange wisp-like creature, transported them to a fairy realm where you saw the Pixie Queen herself, Siobhan, and a scene very similar to this one.
Ooh,
Um,
pretty.
yes, the and somewhere or other I have. I thought I had that picture of her. I do not. What do you know? So, yes. Um, So, Siobhan, in her gold and green gown, greenish hair, and all sorts of jewel tones in her jewelry, vibrant green eyes, it was very unnatural. Very happy to see you, and um, definitely willing to help in some way. So, Ravenstail, what does he like to do?
Mm. I mean, we'd like to go home.
Go home,
Mm.
Um,
When?
Eldon is just kind of more towards the back of the group, like just trying to not
Yeah.
get ourselves in trouble. Um,
Surrounding you is just a massive there's large trees and shrubs everywhere, flowers and blooms all over everything. A strange house set back among the trees. They're almost built into the trees themselves. um Tucked in with the branches and everything else, so like almost a castle that seems to be growing from the trees themselves. There, lights twinkling everywhere, little creatures, little fey creatures flitting from branch to branch, and you see everywhere the hum and buzz of the fluttering wings of pixies and other fey little creatures flying among the insects and strange other uh, things throughout the landscape. Siobhan, standing there, almost human height. You see sort of not quite touching the ground. They're hovering slightly. You see her disregarding each of you and smiling, an alien smile slightly. Um, well, I'm happy to bring you all to our home. Well, uh, not surprised to see you again so soon. It's been, I mean, blink of an eye for us. Um, this, you wish a boon of returning home. Well, I am more than happy to do so, but understand the boon was for you, And um, and she looks over at Corbin. I've never seen you before. And then look at Sora. I believe you were present, but I don't think we actually met. As Sora, you remember you stayed inside the shop when the battle was taking place outside, so never actually came into view of the Pixie Queen herself. This is your first time seeing her in the flesh, so to speak.
Yes, and
Um,
also I believe I wasn't in dragonkin form at that point either.
that wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What?
um, yeah, any sort of like disguised magic, you just it's like her eyes are somewhat of a faceted, almost like a faceted diamond, but green, almost like a faceted emerald. You can see sort of like the little facets of almost like a jewel-like shape of her eyes. They're solid green, vibrant in color. And just regarding each of you, and well, as I said, I would be very happy to send you home, Amethyst, but the others, I'm sorry to say, would be left behind at that point.
Well, I don't want to go without them. What do we need to do for you to help us all get home?
Well, funny you should ask. Um, there is a task that I could have you perform, a sort of service for the court, so to speak, and, well, frankly, for your world as well. Those of you with the higher passive perceptions and Eldon with the higher investigation, one thing you'll take note of as as the sort of like the wonder of everything around you sort of like comes into is you're sort of starting to at least get a little bit accustomed to the crazy sights around here. You'll notice that a patch of branches in this tree, in one tree off to your right, aren't quite like as vibrant or colorful as the rest of them. And one of the bushes off to your left doesn't have the flowers and everything else that all the other ones around there do. You see at least a few of the little pixies floating around seem a little bit lethargic and almost like not sickly, but just a little less energetic than the rest of the ones around them. Just little bits of a little bit of a hint that's not always right in this grove, in this glade. Well, you see, um, you stand today in the Everwood. Um, the it's a, called an extension of the courts of the Fae. And I myself are allied with the courts of spring and courts of summer. And well, the turning of the seasons in your world is manifest here in this very same manner. And she points, and through the trees, you can see this like shining light that's similar to the sun, but there's no harsh sunlight coming through. Just a sort of a through the gaps in the trees, you can see sort of a hazy disk, an outline of what the sun would be in the real world. And it just sort of ever present, never moving. And there's almost like a shaft of light, almost like a flashlight or some sort of a beam of light that comes out from that sun. And you see, as the sun shines upon this region of the Everwood, spring is light in your world. And you know that you are in the middle of spring right now on the material plane. But in order to ensure that all is right, there are things that must be kept and cared for. And we care for the world seed. One of those world seeds was left behind in the lands of autumn. And we need to have that seed returned. You'll notice in your world, I'm sure it's been clear that the winter was a bit harsher than usual. Spring came a little bit later and hasn't been quite as much rainfall as normal, and frankly, the growing seasons could be impacted by this as well. So, frankly, you'll be doing us a service, but even a service for your world as well. Would you be willing to travel to the lands of autumn and retrieve the world seed for us? For that, I will send you all home.
Home to the time in which we left. Not like far in the future, but to our current year. Yes.
Time is a bit of a twisty-turny thing here, but yes, I will return you very close to the time of which you entered the Feywild. Not quite exact, but very close, I will say. And those two of you that pass, the Lucas and Amethyst there, you will see that there's a couple of pixies, a couple of little fey creatures that are sort of a little closer than the rest. They're kind of staying in one place as if they're watching you and looking over at you. In fact, there's 4.
Mhm.
There are 3 very, very obviously pixies. One in a very vibrant blue dress, almost like a bell-shaped dress from the waist down, little bell-shaped blue sleeve and bright blue hair. The second one in sort of almost like a layered dress of white petals, very much like a daisy petal, with a shock of yellow hair. And a third one in sort of a shorter dress with very like velvety purple petals all sewn into sort of a short dress there and like dark green leggings down where the dress ends. Amethyst, you recognize the fact that 3 of the dolls that you carried around with you for a while were
Mhm.
blue and white and purple.
I did wonder.
And the 4th one, a little strange. That And you see the three they're kind of hovering, little gossamer butterfly wings, in the same color schemes, kind of flitting them, kind of hovering there as they kind of like drift and flit. They're not perfectly still, but sort of like just moving around there, watching you from kind of behind Siobhan and to her right. But to her left, you see a 4th figure. And Amethyst, there was one of the dolls that you carried that was a little bit shorter than the others, a little rounder than the others, wearing all green. And this one, you can see, has dark brown skin, where the others are very fair of skin. Dark brown skin there, and the clothing is like almost like overalls, but made of sewn together leaves. And a shock of green hair all sticking out in different directions there. And while the others have these butterfly wings, this one has dragonfly wings, also in sort of a greenish color that just blur and buzz behind him. But you realize, looking at this one, the wings are not his or theirs. Maybe it's hard to tell exactly. There's actually a dragonfly on his back, a large dragonfly, then with a tail that wraps around the waist almost like a belt. You see the little dragonfly head over his wing, over one shoulder there, but the wings are holding him aloft.
Hmm.
So the 3 little pixie there, sort of maybe, and sort of like peek up there, and Siobhan looks over her shoulder. Oh, yes, of course. Um, um, we would like to help. Understand. To repay our debt to thee, we will answer questions 3. And the 3 of the and they speak almost in unison, sort of a little bit different pitch between the 3 of them, but they speak in unison there. Ask any questions you wish. We were to help, as however we can.
I think we need to talk amongst ourselves for a minute.
Oh, of course. And these are sort of there, and the 4th one just sort of sits there, and he's sort of like just kind of like weaving back and forth a little bit as the little dragonfly wings are buzzing away, and just sort of like sitting there waiting off to the side there, looking down at the ground, a little more bashful than the other 3.
Oh, very cute.
But yes, so amongst yourselves, decide what questions you want to ask. You have 3 questions to ask these three little fairy creatures. Siobhan waits patiently for your answer.
Hmm.
Any question?
No.
I mean, they said they'll answer you 3 questions. It could be about the Feywild in general. It could be about the mission itself, specifically about the request to go and retrieve the world seed.
I think we need to know about whatever threats there are involved in this autumn place that we don't know anything about. And they couldn't have left at a worse time because we definitely need Alden's input in this.
No problem. You can
Hmm.
always the
What
you can
do we
always
know
bring him up
where
to
it
speed.
was last located?
Well,
Did
I
they
mean,
say we're not talking to you?
she did say that the seed was left behind in the lands of autumn.
But like
Um,
where in the lands of autumn are large, I'm assuming.
you don't know.
Exactly. I
It's
don't
hard to
know.
say.
I'm
This is a strange
assuming.
landscape.
But like, does anybody know anything about the Feywilds at all?
Alden seems to be the only one who knows really anything, to be honest.
Lucas, you guys have been talking a bit. Obviously, you spent a good time talking in the manor house before you got kicked out by the caretaker there. And you do know that the Feywild is an odd place. There's various domains of the Feywild, and the Everwood. Lucas, you would have heard of the Everwood slightly. It's sort of a subdomain amongst the realms of the she and the sort of uh, uh, the Fey courts essentially. While the Everwood essentially is sort of a if you think of the Fey courts as the summer, autumn, winter, and spring, the Everwood is sort of at the center of that, and sort of like is a focal point for the of the Fey realms essentially. Now, there's other realms, like the ones you came from, was a kind of a dark realm of swamp and unpleasantness. But this one seems to be a little bit different. So there's different places amongst the Feywild that all correspond to different archfey who rule them. And so the seasonal realms, the she courts, essentially are the lands of the seasons. And there's always sort of conflict between them, but there's also a balance between them as well. And what you know, the Everwood seems to be sort of like the meeting place or the central hub of those courts. And so the idea of traveling from spring to you'll have to basically travel from spring to summer to autumn, and then back again is the idea there. And there seems to be some sort of a blending of them in sort of a large forest-like realm.
So, Siobhan's children, the ones that we helped get turned back from being dolls, have just offered us. They're going to answer 3 questions, but we obviously needed Aldon's input with what we should ask. Thinking probably something about whatever risks there are involved in this task of ours.
Yes. What is involved with getting that? Also, do we want to ask anything about the coins slash the
I was wondering that, bro.
like what other Fae we need to be in mind of possibly encountering in the future? There are a lot of questions.
Yeah, we've got 3.
And we have
Okay.
3.
Yep. So a question
maybe
about dangers you might face.
right.
Okay.
Uh anything. Yeah, I mean, more details on the little situation that we're about to find ourselves in with finding this other seed. As far as like who's holding it, which that can kind of be wrapped into the question of what dangers are we going to face. It's a way that you could combining those two questions into one kind of. And I don't know, guys.
Well, you are asked this of the three little pixies, so they might be limited in what they can, and how much information they can impart. So it was he sort of
yeah.
I mean, yeah. Again, there's different things there. They will tell you as you kind of discuss them in themselves there. At some point that they will introduce themselves as Bipsy, the one in blue, Dipsy, the one in white, and Vipsy, as the one in purple. And Eldon, you would know for sure, and Lucas too. Probably not their real names, just sort of names that they go by. In terms of,
no one's giving their real name here.
They don't hand you their true name or anything else.
Yeah.
Just sort of names that go along with the basically Bluebell, Daisy, and Violet, or kind of the
right.
So then, what would you want to do as your first question, based on what you talked about so far?
I think it would be, what dangers do you think we're going to face going through different seasons?
Well, not. But I want to leave it as open-ended as possible. What dangers are we going to face, or what dangers could we face? Rather than like moving through the seasons, we don't even want to talk about that because
too broad could be difficult too. So you need to ask your questions.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What dangers are we going to face in retrieving the seed? Kind of narrows it down a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So they sort of like,
of course. Let's see. Twig and bone, spine and lash. Webs and fangs, a wicked slash. Be sure to pull the Mad King's stash.
They sort of like dance around, the three of them each taking a bit there. Obviously not answering specifically, but giving you some idea of what might be guarding the seed at least.
What was the last bit, Jim?
Be sure to pull the Mad King's stash.
Dash like mustache?
Stash, not stash. Like something you would wear, a stash. They speak much more clearly than I do.
It's okay.
We don't even know who the Mad King is.
I mean, there are other guardians. This Siobhan would kind of follow up with that one. There are other guardians of various places. As I am one of the guardians over spring, I believe they may be referring to the Mad King. There are archfays, sort of counterparts that would guard over different places in autumn.
Right.
What's your next question then?
Sorry, no.
I mean,
we all need it's something we need to discuss we need something, I don't know.
Excuse me, young Faye, could we have just one? No, actually, I take that back. 1 second, please.
I was going to say, don't have that as a question, for goodness sake. Can we have 1 second, please? Yes, you
They
can.
all sort of,
That's
they all
two
sort of like,
seconds.
huh?
That's
And you
your 2
reword
seconds.
that's your second question. No,
I love
it's
playing.
fine.
I love playing this character. So the Eldon's going to like turn to the group and like kind of like gesture like here. Like, let's
Listen,
fine.
the last time you told me to come here, it was not fun. And then I got my stuff. Okay, whatever. Let's go.
Okay, so you just sort of like huddle up again. It's sort of obviously.
So, here is the thing. We do we want to possibly learn more things about issues that we're facing in the other plane, or do we want to learn more things about what we are facing here?
Yes?
Hmm. So,
While you discuss, I will.
yes.
Okay.
I think
I
that
think
the pixies are limited in what they know, so they're not going to
Yeah.
know a lot of. I mean, the queen will probably know, but I don't think they'll know much beyond this realm.
Mm. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, if we need anything answering about the Dark King and his coins and stuff, or specifically, I don't know how to pronounce it, Cisponal, whatever, we probably need to get this done first and come back and then talk to her. But then, bearing in mind, we'll probably owe her another favour then. Which, you know.
Yes. Possibly owing more favors is not in our best interest. I would say. So
she
maybe.
did say that our worlds are connected, right?
Well, yes. Well, both this realm and the Shadowfell are opposites of each other. Actually, there is a fascinating book.
And I will read it later. But
Yes.
in the meantime, how do we maneuver through this world without dying?
That
Like, will
You-
my hammer still work?
It did.
yes.
Your abilities all seemed to work when you were over in the other realm, the other part of the Feywild, and you don't feel any disconnect from your powers or anything else. Although that being said, just 1 second here. First of all, Amethyst and Lucas, since you have the highest passive perceptions here, you will note a little buzzing sound, and you'll see the little green, not pixie, but some other fey creature there. That the fourth one there is sort of hovering nearby, just sort of like looking at each of you intently. Still sort of bashful. When you notice and look at him, he sort of like leans back a little bit there, but he hasn't quite talked yet. But he's sort of like listening in, not hasn't said anything just yet, but he seems to be listening a little bit to what you're saying. Didn't roll very high for his stealth to get close to you.
So
What does it look like?
He's one of the sort of the green overalls and the green hair there with the dragonfly on his back.
Is Dragonfly
Maybe.
alive?
Oh yeah, it's buzzing away. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically he doesn't have any wings like the other things. It seems to be how he gets around.
It might behoove us to possibly ask the question of the best way to survive in the Feywild. Yes, because I have read books. However, reading books and actually having the lived experiences make the difference. Yes, so maybe that is one of our questions.
So that would be question 2.
How to survive?
Yes. Rules, maybe, of surviving in the Feywild. possibly. Uh, I think that
For us mortals.
yes, yes.
Okay. All right,
That
so
could be one.
okay.
For two, maybe just for ask if they know of other Fey Lords that may be working for the evil one. Yes, or some way of doing that. The Mad Mage. I don't know how he would be referred to in this plane of existence. So
I doubt there's much connection. I think the Fey rulers in this place are almost godlike, aren't they? I think
yes,
even the Dark King would be below them.
I would say what you know, the Dark King. He summoned things from the Feywild and bound them, but he wasn't really using the Fey itself. So, I mean, it'd be like taking like a powerful person from another country and putting them to work. The rest of the country knows nothing about maybe other than maybe he's gone. I mean, I'm not saying don't ask the question. I'm just saying is it you know that so thinking it over, it's like this is an entirely different realm. So the information they have might be, especially these three little pixies, might be a little limited on the nature of some wizard from another world.
Yeah, I think we need to limit our questions to this task, really, and surviving here.
Mm-hmm.
yes. Okay, so obviously I am not good at communicating succinctly, so I will let you ask the questions. Obviously, as yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the little green one's nodding as well.
Yeah. I'll ask what do we as mortals need to do to survive in the Fey realm where we are to complete the task.
And the three little pixies sort of like look at each other and kind of discuss amongst themselves, whispering and
Know your price. Nothing is free.
and it's sort of like
Keep your names and watch. Be ever vigilant.
and the third one's sort of like looking at it. Look, the third one in the purple.
Things aren't always as they seem, so watch things carefully and take nothing for, well, free.
They kind of like nod at each other and smile and Siobhan just sort of like shuffles her head there.
It's a difficult question for these little ones to answer because they only know of this place. And so there's always a difficulty with how your kind would survive. I can answer a couple of the questions, though. Effectively, though I offer this for free, you are in service at this point, or potentially in service. Yes, be careful of any bargains you make. In this case, we are entering into a bargain, and so it's in my best interest to provide you some information that you need. To what I can, at least. Names have power, of course, and so asking one's their names, it can be very difficult. And oftentimes it's difficult to provide a name of anyone else within our realm. So we refer to an individual as the Mad King because we can't give you his actual name.
Not because he was mad. Okay.
Oh
I
no,
mean,
he's
he
mad.
probably was.
Quite mad.
Yeah.
No, he's quite mad. I'll say that. Um, there's no guarantee he's involved, but he is something to watch out for in the realms of bottom. Yeah. And the little green one kind of tugs on, we'll say, amethyst on your robes there. His little tugs there.
Um, my name is Lord, and I can help too. So I think you have one question left.
Thank you, Lord. Lord? Did you say
Glorn. Yeah,
Glorn.
Glorn. Glorn.
Lord? Nice.
That's
Lord is my name.
Well, you're cute, aren't you?
um you as opposed to the pixies are very obvious around there, and you realize looking at it as a tire, it's up close now. You see, it actually is like green leaves that are sewn into clothing, essentially, and kind of like it's almost like pine needles for hair. They're kind of like spiky little shock of greenish hair and stuff like that. And Lucas and Amethyst, Lucas and you have Arcana as well, aren't you? Don't you?
Mhm.
Yeah. So those of you trained in Arcana, this would probably be some variation of sprite, as opposed to pixies. A lot of times sprites don't have wings, where pixies do typically, or maybe some sort of a brownie or something like that. So the less mobile, also still little fey creatures. So yeah. So last question. What would the question be?
Any ideas, anyone?
That's a question.
I'm asking you, not asking them.
Could we?
Yeah,
Laura was
talking amongst
told
yourselves,
not.
yes.
I think
Sora
we
was
need to
told
know.
not
Yeah.
to think.
Yeah.
So-
But you would have to address them specifically for them to answer your question there. So you're talking amongst yourselves there. They aren't quite that tricksy.
I think we need to know how long it's likely to take.
Time is
As-
wibbly wobbly.
I mean, we're in a place where we're not really supposed to eat the food, right?
Or drink the drink.
Uh-huh. So, however long we're here for, because if we do, we might turn into them, right? Is that the thing? Aldon?
Eldon has read that in a book somewhere, but not sure if that's true in here.
Finding food for yourselves is one thing, and trying to recognize what might be edible, what might not be, isn't so much a problem. But taking food from someone makes you basically beholden to them. So the idea is that someone offers you food, the offer indicates some sort of a bond being made. Finding stuff for yourself
Right.
is different.
So
Of
it's
course,
not
the
the
idea
food
that
that's unsafe.
right.
Okay.
We
Now,
do.
if you're in someone's home, like taking food from here would then be sort of obviously more of a bond being formed at that point. But just finding food out in the wild, you would reasonably be assured that it's fine.
I read somewhere that Feywild were created when giants got lost in the Feywild and existed on Fey food. So is that just a fairy tale or something? Fairy tale.
There's also a whole thing with gnomes as well, and
Mhm.
there's a whole thing with
Uh-huh.
elves as well, and there's a whole
Yeah.
thing with. I mean, like, there's a bunch of the races that all originated from.
An
Maybe
Eladrin
sort
and-
of. Yeah. One thing. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. So last question, and then we'll be about our way. I mean, one. I'll just kind of. I mean, the one obvious one is how do you get there?
Right.
I just
Hmm.
assumed we were going to walk.
Sure, just wander into a forest and hope you get there at some point.
Maybe not.
This is why I was told not to talk. Like,
We've only got one question left, and if we need to, If we need to ask how to get there, we also need to know how to get back, don't we?
Yeah.
Because if
How
we
do
don't
we
get
get-
back to
How do
here,
we get there and back?
Sounds like
Again.
that's the story from
Reasonable question.
Hobbit.
There and back again? Yeah, the first chapter.
yeah.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And as you say how to get there and back again, Glorn sort of like nods to you. And it's and so they got at that point asking them specifically how to get there and back again.
Well, let's see.
They get very excited, kind of flitting around each other. All three of them sort of flitting around there, and
Glorn, our friend, will be your guide. On your shoulders, he may ride. As the day fades into night, he will be claimed by the blight. Fear not this price to pay. All know this is the way.
Oh no!
and Glorn like
I will show you. I can take you to the land there, and the route that you take, follow it back.
and
Okay.
he's sort of like preens there, and kind of like at this point the dragonfly kind of hovers up almost eye level with it, kind of like looks around at each one of you.
Other route that I will take you. We could take you to the lands there. Yes.
And he holds up a strange stick that's somewhat twisted and there's a slot carved down through the middle of it there. So it's a stick about maybe an inch or two wide, and this like large groove that's cut down through the middle of it, so you can see through it. The little notches.
This will help us make sure we're on the right trail, and I'll show you how to use it.
He kind of holds it there like in two hands. It's almost as tall as he is.
Oh.
He's about maybe 1.5 feet tall, a little over 1 foot tall. You know, as a
That's
dragonfly,
my
that's like
waist.
really, really big. Yep. Sorry, as you do that, there's a lot of them that sort of like look and at this little thing there, and most of them don't come any closer. Although a few things will kind of flit in kind of close there, and Siobhan just sort of cocks her head and interesting. Make sure. Careful of what he grabs.
Oh, he'll stay in my pocket.
Oh.
But I gotta make sure he eats so he goes to sleep. So he'll stay in my pocket.
Very good. Just don't want. They tend to be those little things tend to be a little bit indiscriminate about what they take in as food. And all the little flying creatures like kind of like take a wide berth around there because yeah.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
Dope.
Glorn sort of like hovers it there.
Yes, I can show you the way, and I'll show you how to get back as well.
Thank you, Glorn.
Of course. It is least I can do for freeing me from this captivity that I was in.
And the three little pixies sort of like giggle and dance and fly out there, and each one of them kind of flies up and ruffles Glorn's hair and then flies off into the trees.
Yes, I'm sure that wasn't pleasant. So
It was fine. I can't do what I was supposed to do when I was there. So this will give me a chance to do something about that.
oh, he's so cute.
Siobhan looks at the. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Should we create nicknames for ourselves while we were here? Things like I could just be called the Wizard. He'll point to Lucas. You easily just be Bard, Paladin, and Sorceress.
Well, no. Blue Paladin.
I think Sora and I should be Pinky in the Brain.
Yes.
There's not really any need for that. I mean, your names are more than just what you're called, of course. So, as I know, you're Siobhan, but you don't know the rest of my name or the rest of, as I understand, most of your kind have surnames as well as other things that go along with your identities. So, a simple name that I've heard, Amethyst, is not any sort of beholden. Doesn't make you beholden to anyone.
Okay.
There's very little power in what amounts to a partial name.
Right. Okay.
Not according to that dude that you had the other day, Amethyst. You said his name real good.
I didn't say his name. I asked him for his name, and he wouldn't give it to me.
No.
There are those that use what you would call nicknames and such as yes. So, well, is there anything else? You may be on your way. If there are other questions.
Wait, did we establish what we're eating?
I mean, you have rations on you. It's not
I'll say I've got 10 days of rations in my bag.
So that means we
all right
have
then. We'll be
10
fine.
days to get through all of this and out. Okay, we can do this. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We got
So,
this.
You will find that Siobhan, thanks to you, of course, retrieving the world's feet and bringing it back here, and I will then transport all of you back to your location. How?
Back to our time and place.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. There is one other thing.
Do it.
As you are taking a member of my court with you, one of yours should stay behind.
Uh-huh.
And of course, yes. So effectively, Torben, who's been very silent and kind of looking around there. I'll stay. Yeah, that's fine. I can stay here. And Lauren's like, and kind of lays on his shoulder.
I'll take good care of them, I promise. And when I come back, then we can exchange places again, right? Of course, yes.
Okay, yes.
You'll
That sounds
take
good.
care of him. You won't let him come to any harm.
Of course not. Of course not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I mean, it'll be as you would care for my member of my court. I
Absolutely.
will care for yours. And there is a little the Lucas and Amethyst, your passive insights are also quite high as well. So there is a little exchange between Glorn and the Pixie Queen there. And there's a give me an insight check to get the detail. You notice the exchange there, but give me an insight check to see if you can kind of figure out what that entails. Oh wow.
Probably.
Lucas, yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a glimmer of not so much communication, but just sort of an understanding between the two of them that you can kind of pick up on there. Amethyst, the 29 there, you definitely catch a little bit of sadness on the Fairy Queen's expression. Just a slight there. And Glorn just sort of like takes on that little bit of a determination. Like like you just need like this, like I will do it. And so it's sort of this that little sort of like defiant determination, like I'm gonna do this no matter what. And she just nods, and a bit of a sadness to the smile that she returns to him.
Right. Didn't you say something about him succumbing to the blight?
That was
Yeah.
part of the Pixie's answer, yes.
Mm-hmm. I didn't type that down either.
Okay, that was a little longer response there, so a little harder to. I can type that to you later on.
Okay.
But effectively, their answer was Glorn would take you.
Yeah, the answer was that, and then the part about him succumbing to the blight, which means he's probably not going to make it. And then they've just said when we get back, he swaps places again with Torvin. So I'm worried now.
Well, yeah. So I mean, you'll
Okay.
cross that bridge when you come to it.
Okay.
So you will see as Glorn sort of like this way, and he take you off through
Oh,
a
it's
glade,
beautiful.
and you'll notice that it seems to be nighttime. While the sun, that light is filtering through the trees there, you see this glow everywhere, little fairy lights and trees, and he's kind of deeper into the forest. As you kind of leave the house behind there, there's still this ever-present glow of of flowers and insects and other little tiny fey creatures that flit into the trees there, lighting the way and keeping it all almost this unearthly glow to everything that you go through. Lauren sort of kind of like bobs along there, the little dragonfly holding him aloft there.
This way. We're always going to make sure that we keep that we travel wintershins.
And he kind of points to where the sun is there.
So the sun should be over there.
And kind of points to the right.
When you come back, you have to make sure you keep it to your left. You're going to be traveling sunwise.
And as you're walking along, it's a little similar. It's somewhat similar to the feeling you had when you were following the wisp. That every step that you take through the trees there move you farther than your steps should. It's a little like walking on, well, almost like walking on a conveyor belt, or when you're walking on like walking up an escalator or walking along those moving trails. That every step you take seems to make everything shift a little bit faster. Not tremendously so, but enough that you can kind of feel that sensation. At one point, you do pass by a strange little house glowing in there with a little person outside there, back there, and Glorn just sort of like waves.
Oh, hello.
And the figure just sort of like looks back at you, scowls, and runs into the tree, as if. And you realize, looking at the scale of this as you're walking by, that individual is maybe a foot tall, not much, probably a little bit shorter than Glorn even. And that tree, the door there is maybe 2 feet tall. It's all lit up there as it kind of wanders in there. The door shuts, closes, and seems to kind of avoid you.
Never mind him. He's a bit of a hermit type of person. He doesn't really like visitors and such. But it is on the way. He is the mushroom keeper of sorts.
And he kind of points to little mushrooms and fungi all over the area there.
So you don't want to take anything from there because it is all stuff he cares for. But other things maybe further into the trees, that would be fine. But anything that's nearby the path or nearby the tree there, you don't want to stay away from.
Okay. Thank you, Glorn.
Of course. It's way.
And he pauses a little bit past here and holds his stick, and he kind of holds it up there and turns and looks toward the sun and turns and walks toward the sun a bit. And the weird thing is that as he's walking toward the sun, that sensation of everything rushing by you stops. You're just taking steps. Normal steps. The landscape doesn't seem to move under your feet there. Nothing rushes by you. It's a normal pace as you're kind of walking along through the trees. And he holds it up again and then motions a little bit further. And then he turns and walks again. And now the sensation is much faster. You walk maybe a 100 yards or so. And then when you turn, now each step feels like 5 or 6. Like the ground sort of rushing by you as you go along. And you enter out into this beautiful river and just this flowering trees and a stream.
Uh, this is you see, this is the we are close to the borders of summer. The Pixie Queen's court, her home, her glade that she watches over things there is not very far from the lands of summer. So,
And you've been walking maybe an hour as far as you can tell, but no idea how far you've actually traveled. So
this way. Oh, over the bridge. And be careful you don't brush the trees and such. It might make you a little bit sleepy.
and so you kind of avoid touching the trees or flowers. A little bit of like, you don't notice any like pollen or anything drifting in the air. Everything that's drifting in the air seems to have a purpose when it's drifting through the air. Like it's actually like a little insect or a little something like moving through the trees. But you see, as you cross the bridge, you enter into a wider, less dense part of the forest. And almost immediately you feel a change in the air. As if it's suddenly that soft dew and cool night temperatures. This suddenly feels warmer and drier. Everything here is healthy and there's less blooms and less flooding little fairy lights. Still that otherworldly quality to it. But you definitely have passed over into a different, a different environment, let's just say.
Eldon is like busy writing down absolutely every speck of everything that he's seeing.
It is a little hard because, as I said, as you're walking, the ground sort of like rushes past you, and so you kind of like have to pause occasionally to write something because it's a little disorienting when you're walking to have things like you step and something that seemed to be like 10 yards ahead of you is suddenly you're there with that first step. And Lauren just said,
Be careful. You don't want to fall there. It could be a little bit dangerous sometimes if you fall into places. So yeah, you have to watch out.
and you enter into a blooming place where the blooms of the place you were sort of like that spring blooms and flowers. This is all roses and vines as you move into this place here. Still warm, still beautiful, but less of the fae. Like, you don't see pixies, you don't see other flitting fairy type creatures. At any point, of course, you can stop and ask Lauren what you're looking at here. But he just sort of like seems purposely moving you on a path.
I'm assuming we're in the court of summer now.
Did you ask him?
Yeah.
Yes, this is the court of. This is the lands of summer. Everything's a little bit different here. But yes, yeah, you. This is definitely a different place to be.
And he pauses again, pulls out his stick, holds up toward the sun.
We should go
a little. He's like, he turns almost away from the sun and puts his back to it and walks back a little bit. Like sort of leading you like away from the sun a bit there, and then turns on another path and goes along the way. Seemingly, something you'll notice as he's doing this as he goes by you. The leaves and his hair and all of that are still very green, but different. Like they're while that spring when leaves first come out there, that vibrant green, as we move into summer, they sort of have that a little more matured look to them. Things are stronger. Things are everything seems to be a little bit more less vibrant and more in full growth. He seems a little straighter. He seems a little bit. His skin is a little bit more textured. There was this very much solid brown. There's a little more texture to his skin now, and he leads you along. And eventually, you'll find yourselves exiting the thicker forested sections you're in, and you're going to end up in a place that Amethyst, you sort of recognize this landscape. It looks a lot like the grasslands, the Everwind Plains that you're from. There's still trees everywhere, still sort of a rolling grass, and the warmth is there. And Lucas, you recognize this sort of landscape too, that beyond the dunes of No Karoon there, you saw this sort of like landscape where you saw the trees in the distance there, but it wasn't so thickly coated in things, in trees and such. But there's this vast landscape. Now, what's strange, as you find yourself moving, it sort of shifts and changes a bit until the color schemes just goes a little haywire and takes on a different hue.
Well,
You'll hear something. Well, you heard birds chirping and such. It used to be a little bit different now. There's a droning, like low sound, seemingly ever present. And Lauren sort of like looks around kind of nervously.
Amethyst, do you still have the charm that the queen gave you? We may need that here.
And the droning gets louder. It's almost a rhythmic pulse to it now. As
did she not take it from me?
nope, she did not.
Okay, I do
She
have
not.
it.
Yes, you still have it there, and so essentially, presenting it was enough to essentially um, call on her essentially, but you do still have it.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that she didn't ask for it back. So she seems to have left it with you on purpose.
Okay.
And Glorn, as you hear this rhythmic sort of like this low drone with this almost rhythmic pulse to it there, on the horizon, it's almost like a cloud, a dark cloud moving toward you. Maybe a storm cloud. And sorry, it almost feels a storm cloud. You hear that low hum, like almost like a wind storm, and it's moving toward you across the horizon. What would you like to do?
Ask Glorn what's coming. Does he know?
I maybe there are denizens of summer that live in places like this. I know we're on the right path, but this is well, maybe we'll have to see. Hopefully it just passes by.
And you see, obviously, he seems a bit nervous. And the little dragonfly on his back there sort of like dips and bobs a little more erratically than he has been, as if it's maybe a little bit nervous or something. Hard to say exactly. Give me perception checks to see what you spot. I realized I was supposed to be playing some music this whole time, so let me fix that a little bit.
Terrible.
It happens.
That works. Those of you might recognize. I meant to be playing the other part here, but and okay, let me see what we got here. Excellent. Thor and this you sort of just like by the landscape there. Again, you're sort of like lost in thoughts of almost like your home. Like you could almost see like the caravans from your family or other tribes there, kind of just over a crest of the hill there, or underneath a tree, and you almost find yourself looking for that. It's because it's been so long since you've been home, and this is other than the color scheme now, is very similar in feel and everything else to where you grew up. Eldon and Sora, the cloud is definitely moving closer. It is definitely growing, and it's sort of taking a strange shape. Sora, you know clouds really well, and storms and everything else, because that's sort of the nature of you to a degree. And like the clouds, it isn't moving like a cloud, like almost like tendrils drift out from it, almost like something alive. Eldon, you definitely hear the sound, and Lucas, you start to pick up the sound there, and it sounds like wings, maybe the beat of wings. And coming into view after a moment or so, Glorin will actually, let's see. Oh, it makes sense for Amethyst there. Glorin, he'll actually like pop up on your shoulder, and the little dragonfly detaches from Glorin's back and unwraps a tail from around his waist there, and goes like flitting off back the direction you came.
Oh, that's as far as you're gonna go. Yes, you might need that token.
And as he kind of points up at the sky, and you kind of take note of the clouds and the thing there, some larger shapes almost detach themselves from the cloud. And Lucas, seeing this first there, a large, dark, like elongated shape moves into view, kind of drifting out there as the clouds start to get closer and closer and closer. And maybe 30, 40 feet ahead of you, a large, like black and yellowish shape lands. It's a grasshopper, the size of, well, a truck, essentially. And two figures on its back, riding on this thing. One sort of greenish, small, sitting in front there, holding what looks like reins, insectoid-looking, almost mantis-like. Two sets, one holding on to two sets of reins, actually, in each of its pair of hands. And on its back, a much larger one carrying a spear. Eldon, look. I mean, actually, give me I guess we Arcana checks. This might apply. So you recognize these creatures.
27.
Nice. Okay. Lucas 24. Nice. Okay. Yes, you definitely. And 20. Awesome. Okay. All three of you will sort of pick up there, and they're insectoid creatures known as Thrycreen. They're known in other various realms. You don't find them. You've heard of them in some places, potentially in the material plane, but very, very rarely. But these seem to be moving along here, and they land. Like these two. The one in the front holding onto the reins of this massive grasshopper-looking thing there. The wings kind of shifting back into its carapace. The one in the back there hops off and sort of like takes up a position with this weird looking like bone like spear, like holding in his hand there, kind of holding it out toward you, and just chittering, and the mandibles clacking away there, and a strange what might be language? It's hard to say. Nothing you've heard of. A second and a third grasshopper like massive thing there, well, almost like locust, lands on either side there, and a last one, a bit larger one, hops off that one and sort of throws it right out in front of you.
Joe. It's the Cicada Court. Watches over these places, and you should not be here.
No kidding.
I might use the token.
Okay. I mean, you all can talk there. It is talking in common. Very difficult there to hear it exactly, but you all can recognize the language at least enough to understand what he's saying.
Okay.
Sounds as they kind of chitter back and forth to each other, and something you can't recognize as a language.
Maybe he's hungry.
I'll say we're here to complete a task given to us by Siobhan. Is Jim frozen? I think he might have.
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good pose, though.
It really is. He's very handsome.
Somebody screenshot that.
Done.
Jim. Poor Jim. Oh,
That's better.
there he goes. There he goes.
Yeah.
Okay. We're back to it. Okay, we're back to it now.
Oh,
You
Mike.
just need your camera.
Yep, we're right now. Okay.
it's a very handsome pose. You were like,
Mhm.
You were listening to me and like, something just happened there. That's not good. Sorry about that. Like, why isn't anyone talking? What's going on?
We're
Yeah.
thinking really hard, Jim.
I was like,
I like responded to you, and then I'm like, is Jim frozen? And they're like, no.
I can just almost hear
yeah.
you. Like, yep. Okay, good. Sorry about that. We're back again. So go ahead and yes. What was your response there? Sorry.
I would tell them that we're hot on a task given to us by Siobhan of the spring court, and we won't be here very long. We're just here to complete a task.
You're not of the spring court. You are trespassing on our lands. What proof have you to show?
What?
What
Proof.
proof have you to show?
Show him the token.
I'll show him the token.
Sort of like glares out there, and you'll see he's actually like the kind of double-ended spear he's holding there, the sort of weird pole arm looking thing there. He kind of holds it off there, and he just at this point, so like he like holds it in like both of his both arms on his left side, while he has like a weird little rebladed thing in his right that you don't recognize here. He kind of like nods, and the second one there sort of steps forward and looks at it carefully, kind of moving back and forth. It almost drops to kind And as it approaches her, you realize it's taller than you by a good 1.5 feet, 2 feet tall. It's taller than Sora, even as the tallest person in the party there. Where it's almost 8 feet tall as this thing is, and the one that's the one that's speaking definitely almost a foot taller than that as well. These things are massive looking things. Like looks in there and just kind of like back and forth looking at the token as it approaches there. He gets almost right up to you, and you just see Glorin just like,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
you know, like whispering in your ear almost there from on top of your shoulder. And so it looks up looks back at you at the token there as you're holding it out there. And it just sort of like cocks the head to one side and then steps back away, looking to and makes some sort of a clacking sound with its mandibles. And it just sort of like, again, it's a really hard to read these things because they are just completely alien to you. There's no facial expressions so much. It's all in sort of like body motion as you're trying to read anything from these things. And
This
the
is all
first
our
one there-
first time seeing a Tri-Queen, right?
I think, yeah, definitely. You would have maybe seen images of them in books at some point there or descriptions of them, but you've never seen one in person, essentially. There's Lucas. You may have seen one of these things on the street in an old Karoon at one point there, maybe briefly. And while they definitely drew interest, they didn't stay around very long, as far as you could tell. I mean, growing up where you were and being on the street the way you were, to see one of these things, at some point you would have seen one, but not for long, and no chance to really study them or find out more about them. See the large the leader of them, obviously, just sort of
You are moving beyond.
Yes.
he seems like you see like the hands like gripping the pole arm on one side there, just sort of like, and at this point the stance is almost like he's ready to jump into action, ready to fight, almost eager to, in fact. Although Amethyst, you don't get any warning from the blade that the combat's about to happen exactly. But just that pose that maybe he even wants to. Like, you get, there's no expression on the face to read in terms of like you like smile, but just the body language is sort of like, and there's sort of like a slump to the shoulders as like,
Do not wish.
and like at that point he like points his pole arm at you, Sora.
You, welcome. Do you wish to engage?
Like,
She's already
holds out-
engaged. I'm sorry she's spoken for.
He like glances off at Amethyst there and back to you, Sora.
My question is to you.
You're muted.
Thanks. No, I don't wish to engage. Fighting is not always the answer.
And
It's so creepy.
the almost
She's terrified right now, okay? We're
you
talking
see him sort of
about
like again, expression wise, body language is like almost just like what? like you just like said something completely nonsensical to him.
Mhm. Yep. Sorry about that.
He twirls the blade once there and kind of for the first time, like puts it into some sort of a holder on the back. Just sort of,
You may sophisticate God We'll have no quarrel with the court of spring.
And at that point, at those words, there is just this blast of sound from the grasshoppers close by and just whatever is out there. And you realize the cloud has disappeared. As you've been talking there, it seems to have settled. And from the landscape all around you is just this deafening sound of like cicadas. You all heard this thing, or that loud locust sound of, and it almost just the sound is everywhere all around you. In chorus to his words. And he pauses, lifts one hand up into the air, and kind of gives a little motion of some kind. And the entire grassland around you just erupts in what seems to be millions and millions of locusts that just take off into the air. And the cloud rises up all around you, and you didn't realize it had landed everywhere around you. It rises up there and just sort of like swirls around in sort of a weird little black like haze, and then swirls off toward the sun. A moment later, the three like large grasshoppers that are left there, the thri-kreen move toward them, mount up on them again, and these massive things just like, launch themselves into the air. Wings pop out from the carapace, and they flutter off in the direction of the swarm.
That could have been really bad.
Yes. I'm so glad that you didn't say that you'd fight him.
What purpose would I have in fighting him?
It would have been one way of getting past them. If you didn't have the token, that may have been the only way to leave them behind. If you could prove yourself, they like to show strengths and such. So, yes, it's a good thing that you have that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They are very different from most living things.
That's nothing like anything I've seen before.
Bugs. Bugs. Bugs.
Big bugs.
Yes. Yeah, grasshoppers. These grasshoppers they were riding at least like 12 to 15 feet long. Just massive things, these huge legs. And
yeah, it's a big old truck of
So-
bug.
Yep.
So the grasshoppers they were flying on were the big truck things, but how big were the people on top of the trucks?
that literally the riders, the drivers, maybe about 7-ish feet tall. The one that
Okay.
was doing the talking there was probably pushing 9 feet tall.
Okay.
With the
Yeah.
antennae.
Yep. And so, with the strange like pole arms that carried and everything else. Yes,
Big
large.
bugs.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
as far as you couldn't like, quite see the swarm itself was just what probably are mostly normal sized locust type creatures, grasshoppers and locusts, stuff like that. But they've swarm off there, and the sun off to your right there sort of dims as the swarm sort of blots it out partially, and then they sort of disperse and flitter away.
Well then,
The cicada hort has allowed you to pass. You move along.
did we
Lauren
make
just sort of
friends?
No.
No, not even a little bit.
It's not unheard of to become. I mean, frankly, if you had fought them and won, they probably would have regarded you more as friends. Now they just sort of like just ignore you.
I'm
It's
okay
still
with
a friend.
I'm okay with that. Let's go. Let's move.
Okay. He moves on. And as you get closer to as you move across the grasslands, the trees start to get a little bit thicker. And you find yourselves kind of moving into more of the forested type area. And still warm, still dry. You, sorry, when you bring up riding, I mean, you could try to summon your horses. There's no
Yeah.
reason you couldn't. However, you realize that it feels like it's only been a couple of hours, maybe, since you left. Like, it's literally, I mean, you have no idea how much distance you traveled, but you realize that you're at this point needing to eat. And so you pause for a moment as you reach this forested area and see, well, these massive stalks of mushrooms and such. It still feels warm, although there's a bit of a moisture, humidity to this zone that you can see these strange mushroom things growing everywhere.
Oh,
The trees are all still vibrant and green. They're still, yeah.
Would Eldon recognize these?
Give me, nature or arcana, either one.
Okay. Arcana's higher, but like
Sure.
Oh, I should have gone with that. That's so darn.
You were warned earlier, by the way, not to touch the mushrooms, so I'm scared of touching them.
Well, he did touch mushrooms around that guy's house because he tends to them. These, you don't see anything. Well, you don't see anything currently taking care of these. They were growing very wildly just everywhere you look. There's just these strange things, and a lot of them give off a light to their own. You'll see there's actually like some of them are lit from inside of them, and the sort of that sourceless light filtering through the trees, the warmth all around you. It still feels like summer here, but again, more humid. The shadows kind of from the trees, letting the mushrooms kind of spread throughout the area. Eldon, you're not sure what these are. You're fairly certain they're not natural. I mean, to the material plane, but you don't know much about if they're dangerous, if there's a problem with them.
If they're alchemically useful to things I want to make in the mortal plane.
I
can eat one and find out.
So are you going to pick one up?
I'm not touching it just yet, but like I'm offering.
Yeah, Mr. Glorn.
Yes.
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 Would you know anything about these beautiful mushrooms?
Though not really. This is sort of far away from, almost as far as I can go from spring.
And you see he's breathing a little bit differently. He seems a little thinner than before. Like he was very pudgy and round before, and he seems much thinner now. The leaves are all still like green. His hair is still green, but he just seems thinner and a little more, a little less vibrant as he was before.
Does he need to eat?
The mushrooms here are probably fine.
And he kind of looks around.
Although we're not far from autumn at this point. I believe it's just maybe other
He's got pauses.
another few hundred steps, maybe?
You okay?
Oh.
Doesn't sound well. Are you okay?
Not really. This is expected. And my kind, well, we're different in autumn than we are in spring. This is while I'm giving my debt to you, Amethyst, b- for saving me the way you did. I also, well, while I was away, I couldn't do what I was supposed to do. My kind, we take care of the seeds. And so the seed that I was supposed to take care of, I couldn't do because I was trapped in your world. So I get to go and help bring the seed back to spring where it's supposed to be. So this is the way it's supposed to be. Yes.
This is the way. Yes.
Yes, this is the way.
I don't like that.
It's all right. Sorry, it's the way of the seasons. It's all right. Just make sure you bring me back home.
You'll be back again in the spring, right?
That's how it works. The ebb and flow of living and not living.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'll warn you, my kind in autumn are very different, and they're not very nice.
And one thing he pulls out a what looks to be like an acorn, and this is the acorn top, the cap of it, essentially. And he's like, as we get closer, and he'll like kind of hand it out to. Hold on, you've been talking so much about there. And he'll hand this out to you here, and you see that in this acorn, it's about essentially it's as big as his head, which is about 6 inches across, a good 6 to 8 inches across there. And inside the cap of the acorn is this like sap like material.
Like,
And he hands it to you, Eldon.
when you're close to the seed, the sap inside will glow. You'll know you're close.
He hands it.
Take that. It'll help you track it down.
Yes, and if you fade away, how do I use the stick?
Oh, so here.
And he holds the stick up there, and it's about maybe it's the size of a ruler, basically. But it's sort of a twisted wood with this notch cut down the middle of it there, and you see.
So when we cross over into autumn, you're going to walk for let's see.
And he pauses to think for a moment there, and looking at you.
Amethyst, it will be 50 of your steps and then stop. And hold on, you'll hold this up to the sun, and you see when you look through it, the notch in the middle, these little like grooves. You want to go. You want to make sure that your 4 grooves from the top. So you may need to walk toward this. You'll need to walk away from the sun until you're 4 grooves from the top, and that should be the grove where the sea should be.
And as you hold it up there, you'll see that the sun right now seems to be about 6 grooves down.
The sun never moves; it's always there, and this helps us to see. Well, moving with the sun to the left or right lets us travel the distance across the various places there, and how fast you move across the area depends on how close you are to the sun. The further away you are, the longer it takes to get anywhere, and the closer you are, the faster it is. But the closer you are, the more dangerous it can be as well. So it's a little bit of a give and take.
So do we have to walk away from the sun on the way back?
On the way back, you want to make sure you're walking with the sun to your left in order to travel back.
Mm-hmm.
And how many notches, roughly?
It would be well, if you're traveling at where we are right now, 6 notches. It's hard to say exactly. You just keep yourself at 6 notches, and you'll end up going straight back toward the fairy court there. Siobhan's court is the queen's court is at 6 notches in spring. About 120 steps.
And he's pausing at every time he says steps because he has to basically adjust for your size. It seems to be. So, one thing you'll notice in here is that as he's speaking, as he's talking, the light never changes. Always the same color, the same intensity. And you'll notice that when you look toward the sun, that beam of light you noticed when you were in spring, it's still shining directly at you. And Eldon, you realize that moving the way you have with the sun where it is, you've shifted, like, not just in position, but in time. Like, you realize that you are now in a different season than when you started off. You are in summer, late summer at this point. Based on what you're experiencing, based on what you're seeing.
We'll turn. This is one of the most fascinating and terrifying experiences I have ever experienced in all of my 98 years of living. Yes.
Can we tell if we're moving backwards or forwards in time?
Give me Arcana checks.
Well, we've gone from spring to summer, so that's not backwards, is it? That's forward.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, it seems like forward. You've gone forward because you literally traveled through the seasons now, and you are now further into it. It's hard to know exactly, but yeah, it's a little strange to figure that out. It's more of a feeling than you can tell. It's hard to tell time exactly because distance didn't work the same. Time it seems to be not changing as far as you can tell, but everything just it feels like it's later in the year now. Anything else?
Carry on.
Okay. You continue. And as you reach a shift, there's obviously the trees shift from the greenish to brilliant variety of colors. All the oranges and yellows. It's almost like the land almost catches on fire around you, what it feels like. Because the warmth is still there, and then suddenly everything changes. The colors all shift and change. And you feel like the sensation of that life, that vibrancy shifts to that desperate grasp of holding on to life as things start to go well, awry for you. You shift into the trees there, and Autumn, you hear sort of a gasp, and looked up to see Thorn still riding on your shoulder because the dragon left him a while ago there. The leaves of his clothing have shifted from green to orange and yellow and red. The needles of the pine needles of his hair, little spiky there, have shifted kind of to brownish colors. He's thin, much thinner than he was.
It's okay. It's okay. All right. Um, I'm sorry if I do anything bad. You might need to put me somewhere where I'll be safe and I won't run off or hurt you or anything.
As each step you take, he says the skin becomes more withered, and the brownish wood texture there shifts to more of a grayish color.
Miss Amethyst, would you maybe the portable hole?
I'm just going to put him in the backpack.
There's no air in the portable hole.
Yeah, I'm just going to put him in the backpack. I've got a backpack.
Okay.
So
Okay. As you kind of tuck him in there,
tie his little hands and feet.
Okay, you kind of wrap him up there. It's not hard to do there. So you can see as you pause there, he's definitely looking less and less like his vibrant, healthy self that you started with. As you move a little further in the trees there, things get darker. The leaves start to fall. As the leaves fall, there's a bit of a movement in your backpack. You can feel that sort of wiggling, struggling motion.
I'm just going to pretend it's not happening.
Okay. There's a little bit of sound you can hear. There's less words now and more just like it's almost like crackling of leaves and walking through like piles of leaves and such. And so you move on through the trees. The leaves start to fall. The leaves start to shift from kind of an orangish, yellowish, and just as they still cling to the trees everywhere you go as you look, and move further into a place where there seem to be large, glowing, well, look to be pumpkins. You look there. There's still leaves clinging to the trees. But these large, glowing, like gourd-like pumpkins all over the place.
Can we eat those?
You can want to inspect them?
I'm going to inspect them to attempt to eat them.
I'm not
Okay.
going to eat anything that's glowing. I'm sorry. No.
Go ahead and, sorry, you go ahead and pick up there. It feels warm to the touch.
Alden has supplies. We have 10 days of supplies. We'll be fine. We don't need to eat anything here.
Pumpkin. Come on.
Yes.
I'm gonna attempt to eat the pumpkin.
Go ahead and so you kind of like you just kind of pry it open and try to bite into it.
I'm gonna do the investigation
Miss.
part of it first.
Investigation, yeah. So you pick it up there and investigate. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it smells like pumpkin. You've had pumpkin pie before. You've seen pumpkins there.
Mm-hmm.
It smells like there. Kind of the little curly hue there. As you pick it up there, it just sort of like comes loose from the vine, and you hold onto it there. Just this warm, slightly glowing pumpkin.
Miss Amethyst. I'm sorry. Miss Sora.
Do you bite into it, Sora?
Not yet. No, I'm gonna let
Okay.
him finish.
Yes.
I'm holding it going, what?
Maybe we not eat things in this plane of existence that we did not bring with us.
Especially not stuff that's glowing. I mean,
I thought he said don't eat anything that was given to you. Nobody gave me this.
Yes. However, I don't know what that is, and whether or not it smells like a pumpkin does not actually mean it is a pumpkin.
But it is a pumpkin.
Yeah, it's about the size of your head, roughly. This is kind of this glowing, like, kind of warm pumpkins.
It may look like that, but it could, in fact, be something's droppings in this plane of existence.
Sora, as you hold it there, you can smell pumpkin pie. Like, it smells very, very good. Like the best pumpkin pie you ever eat. Just wow, you just hold on to it there. Just a little waft of scent reaches your nose.
So, how about we put that down? Yes.
Or give me a wisdom check. Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom. Okay.
Wisdom saving throw. Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm proficient in wisdom saving throws. Yeah.
I'm going to
Doesn't
knock
matter
it out
when
of
you
a
roll
hundred.
You sort of like, and you kind of wow, but you realize you resist the urge to bite into it or anything else. You just hold it, but it's kind of hold it away from you. The smell is still there, but you don't find yourself like compelled to eat it or anything. But it still is enticing. It still smells wonderful, warm. When you realize now, it's almost like you took a pumpkin pie out of the oven. It's still warm and it still has that smell to it there.
I'm gonna carry it with me.
Sorry.
I'm going to your hands.
Yeah.
If you put that down, I promise that I will, in fact, make you the most incredible pumpkin pie you have ever had. I have many books, many awesome cooking books, in fact, and I can bake a pie like no one's ever had before. So, you put that down, and I will show you the wonders of the Mernig pumpkin pies.
Elda,
I will get my druid girlfriend to select the most lovely pumpkin for him to make that for you.
Elda, let me ask something here. Are you telling the truth?
No.
I didn't think so. Give me a deception check. Sora, give me a deception check. Sora, give me
He had said earlier that he's
I'll make you a
book-smart
pie. I'll really
Okay.
make you a pie.
What do you want, Jim? Do you want
deception versus not intuition? What are we looking for here? Insight.
Insight.
Oh God.
insight? You say?
Yeah, insight for Sora.
It's okay. His insight is higher than mine.
Okay, so you kind of like narrow your eyes there. You don't think he can really bake a good
Make me
pumpkin
a
pie.
No.
I mean, you've seen him make a lot of things, but you've never seen him cook before. You're just like, you don't believe him.
Just me. I've only seen him try to cook me.
Okay.
I will cook. I will cook you a pie.
Okay.
Elliot and I will cook you a pie when we're back safe at home in Ravenscrest. I promise.
You place the pumpkin on the ground, and
I can't carry it. It's
No.
you can if you want.
light. I want to carry it. It's a
That's
source
low,
of light.
yes.
You're not going to let me take it off you?
I mean, it depends. Sorry, let her take it out of your hand. Put it down.
I mean, I'm not gonna fight her over a pumpkin.
You don't feel compelled to eat it any longer. It's just sort of just like, yeah, you can just kind of feel the
Oh wait,
like, okay, fine.
I was feeling compelled to eat it. Okay, then yeah, it would. Yeah, she can
Okay,
have
so
the pumpkin.
You place it on the ground there. As you do, the pumpkin dims.
Aw,
and you-
look, you made it sad.
And
Yes,
you'll
it
see
really eaten.
the pumpkins all around you dim as well, slightly. Much as the one you put down, but the rest of them all sort of dim a little bit as well.
Oh.
You made all the
Yeah.
pumpkins sad.
You didn't let me take that out of our hands, then I was going to use propel object to just.
Make you
Okay.
cast a spell slot? No, thank you.
Right.
So it's cantrip.
While this is going on there, Lucas, give me a perception check. Everyone's kind of involved in this here, and you're sort of hanging back there watching this all happen.
But like,
Okay.
Not good.
You definitely hear motion. You don't really see a lot of like, you don't see animals in the trees. You don't see, but you'll see that you'll catch like it's almost like the trees sway a little bit in the wind, and sort of the branches and stuff clack, and the leaves rustle a bit, but you don't feel any wind. Like they move like there's wind, and you hear the sounds of leaves rustling, but you don't feel any wind on yourself. And about all you see with that there. So there's definitely there's definitely like some motion and sound happening that don't really make sense for what you're sensing. But you continue on. You notice that to the left, um, and further back into the trees, you can see places where the leaves are not on the trees any longer. Where the leaves are much more brown and less vibrant as the ones that are up here. And as you travel, as he said there, traveling away from the sun toward the notches he indicated.
Four notches.
4 notches, exactly. The trees become much more twisted and sinister looking is the best way to say it. There's still some leaves dotted on there, mostly browns. The temperature is cool. Not winter cold, but definitely compared to the summer. I would say, Lucas, yes. Go ahead and get yourself through the time you've had, the time in travel there, you effectively are refreshed as if you had a long rest. Yes, you can go ahead and refresh your pools and everything else. It's fine. So, as you find yourselves moving into this grove of twisted trees, and Eldon, you can definitely see the notches there. It's harder to see now because there's the shrouded. It's much darker here. It's still a sourceless light. You still see the outline of that glowing orb of the sun as you're traveling toward it there, right there, and you find yourself moving into this very different landscape. You check the acorn, the acorn cap there, and the sap is still unresponsive. You're not seeing any sort of glow from it as of yet. Amethyst, your pack still squirms. You still feel that shift every now and then, but it's much more like it's almost like spasmodic, like jerking, just. And you can hear sort of. No, you. It's like you hear the same that crackling of leaves sound, but now it's a little bit sharper, almost like the cracking of twigs. And you can kind of hear that, and you realize you're hearing that sound around you as well. It's everywhere. That crunching of leaves, that cracking of branches and twigs, you hear it everywhere around you. Hard to say where it's coming from exactly, but it's out there.
Right.
On all sides. And as you start, so anything you want to do at this point?
I want to just pat my backpack and go, "You're right in there, little buddy."
Much louder sound from there. And then it stops. Check inside.
No.
Okay. Again, it stops, and then every now and then just sort of a little, like it's just just every now and then it's just sort of spasming and like struggling. You take a moment to eat a little bit, and as you do that, let me go ahead and make sure. Great. And as you sort of take a moment to kind of move around, look around this spooky landscape, and hearing these sounds, and hearing Lucas, as before, the sound of wind through the trees and branches creaking and cracking. Not feeling any wind on your skin, however. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to break. Get ourselves a quick drink ourselves there, quick refresher, and we'll be back soon. Okay.
Enjoy the video.
And welcome back. The party has arrived, has been traveling through the Everwood, moving what may be forward in time through the seasons, through from spring into summer, from summer into fall, into autumn. And after not falling into the temptation of eating one of the glowing pumpkins there, they do find themselves following the directions given to them by Glorn, have stepped into a much darker, more sinister portion of the Everwood. Seems to be on the verge of winter, late fall, what it feels like there, as the leaves have gone mostly to brown. Still leaves clinging into trees. The air is still cool, but not frigid yet. No signs of snow flurries in the air or anything else like that. But that late fall feeling, with the last of the brown leaves clinging to the trees themselves. The sounds of uh, cracking leaves, and cracking of twigs and branches all around them, everywhere they look and listen. And you find yourselves on a trail. The sun still off to your off, it's almost ahead of you, walking toward the sun. You can see the long shadows of the trees across the pathway in front of you. Seems to take a turn. The path does, winding through this dead-looking forest. What do you like to do?
Moving quietly.
Yeah. Okay.
Give us those stealth checks if you want to go quietly, and move yourselves to where you would like to head next.
Is Alden directing us with a stick?
Yes.
Yeah, you are in the region, and Eldon, you look down at the acorn, and there is a faint glow in it. Still
I roll
faint
with
there. You need to
advantage.
see. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, um, Lucas and Amethyst, you're moving very quietly, avoiding any of the fallen leaves or twigs on the pathway ahead of you. Eldon, you've managed to like not make any major sounds. But Sora, you're kind of crunching your way through. You're doing your best, but it's just, and while it's not echoing through the whole place there, it sort of somewhat blends in with the sounds that you're already hearing. But you definitely are not moving quietly. As you turn the corner and look down there, you will see a glow as stepping out onto the pathway from in the trees there. You guys can zoom in that if you want to. It's a large figure. One sec as I bring him into view. A large, tall, gaunt figure, tattered cloak, a pumpkin near resting on top of the shoulders there, in a twisted, long, narrow hat. Multiple like twig limbs sticking out from the body of this person, this figure. And it sort of looks out at you from a distance there. You can see this thing looking in your direction, kind of like pausing. Just it reaches out a hand and beckons.
Welcome.
Nope. Mm-mm.
You are traveling through my territory. Please, come closer. What do you have
Is
for me?
is the acorn blinking in that direction?
Um, as you move closer, it just slows slightly a bit more as you step further into this. As you move on the pathway, yes.
Sword just went to the back of the group. You're a
Sword
paladin.
just steps away.
Oh, please,
And
Paladin, get your butt out there in front.
don't leave already.
and as he says that, you just hear this from all around you, like suddenly louder, and you see movement among the trees. Little like bundles of sticks, leaves, sort of like shifting and moving on all sides of the path, on both sides of there.
My children are hungry. I wish to play. Come closer now.
I reach down to my belt and flick the switch for the flamethrower.
Okay.
I think if we can not fight anybody, that would be better.
Yeah, but just in case, I want to be one step closer to all the things I can do.
All right, I've cast telepathic bond on us all.
Okay, you can cast that. All right then. Let us do one thing real quick because he seems to be eager to play. So let's go ahead and let me make sure we have everyone in place here.
The inevitable cluster that we're about to get ourselves into.
So let's go ahead and roll for initiative. We'll just bring up the.
Fluster clock.
Go ahead and. Very odd music to go on with it, but it works fine for this. Oh, I didn't remove that. That shouldn't be there. Okay. Good.
Wow.
Amethyst, it's a lovely writing you have there.
I don't
But it
understand
did
what
put you
happened.
didn't put you in turn order though.
I'm supposed to have
It
an
did not.
advantage.
It says
That's
so.
weird. It says
Mhm.
advantage, but it didn't work there. So let's roll again and see what happens. And we'll put you on there. Okay, that puts you on there. That's fine. So
There we
yeah,
go.
you're okay. Let me do this. Okay. That. Oh wow. Okay. All right. That seems to be everybody, I think.
I'm gonna go
So-
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration. I want to roll again.
Okay. 17's still pretty good.
I know, but I have a +8.
Yep.
Okay.
Please. Oh my god, that was even worse. Okay, never mind. Darn
Wow.
it.
Okay. Sorry.
It's
You're
alright.
batting clean. You're batting cleanup. All right.
Bat and cleanup. Yep.
Right. So, seeing this figure out there, hearing things in the trees around you, hearing and sensing movement from all around you there, Lucas, you are first up. What would you like to do?
Yeah.
Maybe talk to him.
Yeah. Move towards
Okay.
it.
All right. He's sort of like, as you get a closer look at him, you'll see that there is, it's almost like a branch or something that's kind of across his back, like kind of sticking like down through the tattered cloth, and another branch kind of sticking like out from his waist a bit. And it's sort of like these twigs and bits sticking out from him in all directions. And this glowing sort of head. Looks like a pumpkinish shape. Elongated and sitting up on top of the shoulders there, the tattered cloth hanging off of him. What did I say?
We're just traveling through your lands.
I think you're doing more than that, aren't you? You have the stench of spring upon you. You're here for something specific, aren't you?
Won't answer that.
Was that okay?
What?
Let's see. Let me see here. It's like,
Well, if you won't start this little game, maybe I will.
and is there anything else in your turn?
No.
You will see him moving. Let's just see how far. Oh, perfect. Okay. You see him reach into his belt or at his waist there and pull this twig away from there, pulling it away from his body, kind of tearing the cloth slightly. And as he does, you'll see that there's actually a blade attached to this twig. Long, like curving blade as he like moves forward and just in a dead sprint rushes right at you. As he does, you'll see that his eyes light up like fire. Just this orange glow just sort of like wafts up from these twin holes in this pumpkin-like shape there. As he does, he launches. Let me see this. Do I have it? Yeah, this will work the same. Add something real fast because I realize there's an attack missing here I need to use because it did not get put on here. Let's see. As he rushes toward you, this will be. That should do it. Yep. You'll see that in his left hand, he launches a what looks to be like almost like a spear of fire that launches out at you there, Lucas. 19 to hit.
Yeah.
Hey, 21 fire damage as this globe of fire hits you in the chest. And then he closes the gap, moving extremely fast as he rushes up to you, cackling and laughing the whole way as the sickle in his hand comes out and just slashes at you twice. And let me... First one. 21 to hit for 0 slashing. What? That did not come through properly. That's the wrong attack. Never mind. It's this one. So never mind that. That first one will miss. Second one, 9 slashing. And the first one, you sort of dance back out of the first one as it cuts past you there. And the second one that slashes across your chest there, doing 9 slashing damage. this. Go. Right. That's his go. He's
You and have the thing you came for. I know why you're here.
Amethyst, you are up.
Okay. I kind of want to talk to him, but at the same time, I'm really scared. I'll get a bit more forward, actually.
Okay.
I don't want to go too far.
Okay.
So if you know what we're here for, why are you asking?
He just laughs.
Like to hear the sound of your voices.
Hmm.
It's always preferable to know for certain why I have guests.
I don't like him.
Hey, what you doing? He shows no signs of being not hostile. Obviously. Okay. Yeah. That, let me double check here. That will hit. So
Yeah,
you
we
kind
all
of hit.
I get 3 of those, don't I?
Yep. Yes, you do. Roll that one. Oh, wow. Nice.
Ooh.
Okay. All 3 hit. So the first one sort of like just kind of blasts off the shoulder a little bit there. The second one hits him right kind of in the chest area. You hear the crackle crunch of bones and stuff, or twigs more likely. And then the third one sort of hits a little bit lower on the side there, and he just kind of screeches as he takes some damage. Does seems to not be affected by it so much there. He's still moving fine. He's just kind of flowing around. And you'll see, yeah, just the eyes light up. The flames there light up there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Yeah.
You finish your
away.
move, move back. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So let's just do this. Lucas, you will see Amethyst.
Mm-mm.
There we go. That's enough for now. As you will see these little, maybe 1.5 2 feet tall, just bundles of sticks and twigs, and there's these 2 glowing green spots where it sort of like make the eyes there, and you'll see the kind of the little mouth sort of opens up. There's this glowing green little mouth there as well, as these things pop out, just kind of like just come from the shrubs and branches there and just animate and jump out at you. Thora, you'll have 2 jumping out at you over here. Amethyst, you get 2, and Eldon, you get 1. And the first one, Lucas, will just sort of like leap up at you, and you seems like, and this green glob of stuff just comes shooting out of its mouth, trying to hit you. Give me a dexterity save there, as it does that.
Ew.
Okay.
Nice.
You are fine. You sort of dodge out of the way of it there. It doesn't quite stick to you. The other one starts to try to claw at you, just trying to rake its claws at you. and just ineffectually just kind of dodge out of the way of it. They're already dodging the first little glob of goo. Thora, very similar to you. This one essentially back. Sorry, let me move him a little bit closer. This one sort of same thing, tries to spit some stuff at you. Need a dexterity save from you. This is not magical, so it won't count as the armor won't come into play here. There's no damage associated with this. Amethyst, you're going to have something similar, so go and give me a dexterity save as well. Yes.
Yes, but I was
So-
looking to see if my aura of protection and aura of devotion would work.
Protection should, I believe. So,
Then it would be
yeah, it's still a saving throw. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be add 4 to that.
Okay. Then yeah, you sort of duck a sidestep it there as a glob shoots past you. It tries to it affects you and everyone within 10 feet. So this will help Eldon as well. But Eldon, go ahead and give me a dexterity save as well as this glob of stuff comes at you. This you're fine. You just dodge out of the way of it. Now you get hit by these globs of green. And then with this, you're going to get a claw attack as it tries to rake its claws at you. 13 does not hit you. Eldon, a 4 definitely does not hit you. So yes, or Sora. So these little things are just trying to claw at you. They have these long, like almost like somewhat clawed like fingers that there look like just twigs and sticks just raking at you. And they miss you. And you guys, there, Sora, you're up. These two little things are on you.
Yeah, I don't like that. And they're being a
Okay.
pain in the butt.
Sure.
So, smearing smite first.
Okay.
Followed up by my attacks.
Sure thing.
1.
Okay. The first one is just you just scatter it. And in fact, when it hits, it just sort of like bursts into this like greenish goop that just and the twigs just all splatter away from you, and you are splattered with green goop.
What's new? I'm always splattered with some kind of goop. That did have a smite into it, by the way.
That's
You literally-
what she said.
Yep. So you'll expend that smite, and it's horribly destroyed.
Yep. I'm gonna hit it again. This time with no smite.
The next one, you mean?
That's
It's
what
gone.
I meant.
Okay. Yep. That one is.
I thought I turned the radiant off. I guess I didn't. I hit the wrong one.
Not a worry. It's fine.
yeah.
11 damage. That's enough. This one splatters as well. You splatter with more goo. And effectively, you are lit up like fairy fire.
I am.
Until this next initiative.
Okay, so I haven't done this yet. So explain to me. Do the superiority die, and I want to switch places with Amethyst.
Sure. So bait and switch.
Bait and switch, yes.
Okay. So you're gonna roll that D8. Sure. And so at this, you'll move over to here, so you'll move over to there. And you add 7 to either Amethyst AC or yours.
Amethyst.
So Amethyst, you have AC up by 7 for a round.
Wow.
Spiders,
Okay.
so cool.
Yep. So are you done?
Yeah, that's everything.
And is that using a reaction or what is it?
It's but when I hit it.
No, this is bait and switch is not an attack thing. It's when you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend. So it's not even an action. You just do it when you're in 5 feet of a creature. So
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So you just swap places with them, and yeah. Okay. So Amethyst, you have temporarily plus 7 AC. Hold on, you're up.
27 AC for 7. I love it.
Yep. This little thing is on you. You saw a sword just and they just scattered and splattered all over the place there. Didn't.
I'm all green now.
Yep. Sora's coated in green goo.
Gross.
What you doing, Eldon? Your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. Yes. So my little cannon is going to turn backwards and just fire will shoot out behind me.
Okay. I just told disadvantage. It's a range attack. Melee.
It's a cone.
Oh, it's using the fire. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he needs to make a dex save, DC 19.
This is probably not going to go well. Nope. Okay, so
Okay, so 2d8 fire, 13 fire damage.
yep, he just basically just it immediately immolates there. Little sticks crackle and it reaches and collapses into a heap and is gone.
Sweet. Then I would like to move this way
Okay.
so I get a clear shot, and then I'm shooting for Homeboy.
Okay.
That's probably not going to hit. 14.
Okay. 14. No, he dances out of the way of it.
Okay, that's my turn. As I raise the gun up to my cheek and take a fire, he moves out of the way.
Yep. Okay. All right then. Yeah, this will be okay. From in the trees to over this direction here. Let's see if this there it is. Okay. Hold on. You let's see. You suddenly feel something wrap around your waist and you get yanked off and pulled in this direction. As a viney tendril wraps around your midsection and yanks you off to there. It was hidden, so indistinguishable, and so it got advantage on that first one.
Oh yeah.
And then, yeah, it will go ahead and try to bite you. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Jeez.
Well, that'll do.
That will be... Wow. 27 and 14 is 41... 47 damage. As it bites you, and there's acid that dribbles into you as well.
Don't like that.
As you are currently grappled. Yeah.
And restrained. Grappled and restrained.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so it basically just reels you in and chomps down on you, and you realize you've seen these things before. But in the real world, yes.
Yep.
And you know what? Actually, give me a perception check while you're there. I know you're not very good at this, but see if you spot something.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Nice. Okay. You will see a very large tree back among the trees there that's sort of like moving independently of the trees that are around it.
Sweet. I can't really look at my little acorn right now, right?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Okay. You also see a couple more of these little twig blights all around you, kind of among the trees. Are kind of moving around at this point. Yes. So that's the end of that. Lucas, you were up. You kind of heard Eldon as he gets yanked off into the trees. But this thing is right in front of you.
What, can I see Eldon and the thing attacking?
Let's see. It's kind of behind you, so I'm not sure you can really. Because this thing's in front of you right now. So, give me a perception check to see if you may not be able to see, but you may have heard it behind you.
we've got telepathic bond going, so you can ask him where he's
Yep.
gone.
Yeah, you sort of like out of the corner of your eye see. You can't quite see Eldon specifically because he's behind the trees over here, but you can kind of see. I would say that he's bright enough and shiny enough there in his armor and everything else. You can probably see a glint of him through the trees over here, kind of back to your left.
The question is,
So,
can I see the thing attacking him enough to target it?
Yeah, I would say so. You can see that he's wrapped up in a vine there, and you were on the receiving end of one of these things in your first encounter there, and kind of like know what to look for. So yeah, there's this big tree standing over them that is currently chomped down on him. Yes, you can see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast.
Oof. Okay.
It's gonna hurt.
So I'm gonna start with him, and then the two blights. The blight near to Eldon, and then the tree is the last one. So I can get 5 targets.
That one's more than 30 feet away. So
Well, that tree. I mean, that tree.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So definitely you will hit. So blight goes. So
I'm hitting him first, then the 3 blights, sort of clockwise around, and then the tree last. So I need 4 more attacks then.
Yep. Okay. So 1, pop, pop, pop. And you end up over here on this one. Okay. Okay. So him first. 18 definitely hits. 15 will still hit. Last one's him. Yep. Okay. You hit on all of them. So the blights all pop, and you end up behind this one over here. So you want to end up?
Yeah, I'm gonna end up there. Yeah.
Cool. All right. And so they all take their damage. Give me, because of the nature of this, give me dexterity check, just one of them. Or sorry, dexterity save. Okay, that's enough. So you basically, as the blights all pop when you hit them, because you're just teleporting in and out so quickly there, you managed to like not get splattered by the goo, and so you ended up over here, not covered in goo, but yes, you are over here now. Anything else you want to do?
I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Eldon.
Okay. So hold on, you see Lucas suddenly appear.
Thank you.
And a little word of encouragement there, yes.
I'm almost bloodied in the first round. I'm very close. Like
Okay.
6 hit points away.
You'll be fine.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Let me see who's. Oh no. Okay. Yes, it will move. So you'll see this large tree, much larger than the one that's grabbing Eldon right now. There, kind of step into view. See, wait, let me see what he. That's about good. Let me see now. Oh, not quite. Let me go back 1 sec here. He was there. What's his move? Okay. Let me just make sure I'm moving to the right spot. Oh, yeah. That works. Okay, yeah, so he will move to... You see him sort of like stride just as he moves to here. And then a mouth opens up in the space of the center of the tree there and just lets out this howl that just makes all the dead brown leaves in the trees sort of shake and fall out of the trees there. And I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. As he does.
Make sure you add 4.
Okay. Adding 4 is good. Excellent. Hold on, you're great. Lucas? Okay. And Sora, you too? Okay, you're all good. Lucas, you will end up taking... Just roll that 2d6. Boop. Okay. So everyone who made it will take 2 psychic damage. Yeah, this you take 1.
Mhm.
Lucas, you will take 5, and you're frightened until the end of your next turn.
We haven't got any temporary hit points, have we?
Mm-mm.
Nope. Let's see. We'll put that one on you. Ooh, frightened. Eek. Okay. All right. That would be his go. Next we have the Scarecrow King.
That's no fun. Let's see here.
He will.
I see someone glowing nicely.
Make sure. Oh yeah, that's fine. You will see him rush up to there. Sora, and as he does, as he kind of rounds the bend there, he will launch it's a tiny glowing pumpkin made of fire, that tries to slam into you. 21 to hit. So no, you block it with your shield. And you do not take the almost max damage fire damage. Wow. That was 29 on 3d10.
Good grief.
Okay. However, he
Sweet.
does. Sorry, it is 25 actually, because he does have advantage. You are glowing as a fairy fire.
Wow.
Radius plus 4
good.
shield.
Hmm?
I say I gave her 2 shields and a counter spell, and
Oh, okay.
Marina's spell storing is the.
You want to expend
we
that
did
one of
talk
those
about
shield
it.
spells?
Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
that on my character sheet though.
Oh,
Oh.
we talked about it the other day.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked about it, but I don't remember it going on the character sheet. Okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so you have 2 shields and a counter spell.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. In that case, what is your AC with the +5? 27?
29.
29. Okay. All right.
Which is why,
We'll
'cause
see
it's
if he can roll a
hilarious.
natural 20 on these next 2 attacks there. Let's see if he's going to need that now. So 1 sickle attack. No. 2 sickle attack. That's for 13 splashing, as he does critical hit, which is automatically a hit, even though it's only a 28.
Which is negated and turned to normal as the
Yes.
armor.
So it is 9 slashing damage. Yes.
Oh,
But
darn.
still managed to hit you.
He did.
But
We have to
so-
encourage him to at least continue to hit the paladin who's glowing.
yes. So yeah, just as the first as you sort of knock away using the kind of your various shielding effects there to bypass the firebolt, and then 1 sickle hit does manage to hit you. Is this
You're the crap at you.
and seems to be very
Mhm.
pleased with all of that. And Amethyst, it's your turn now. As the Scarecrow Ring is now towering over you. This thing is about 10 feet tall. It's sort of like long and spindly. Just massive as it's towering over you at this point. Although it's very, very thin and obviously made of sticks.
Yeah. I'm
Let's see
going
what
to
it
expend some sorcery points here.
Okay.
I'm going to twin spell.
Okay. Which spell are you twinning?
Subanemeration.
It has to be a thing that targets a creature. You can't summon 2 things with twin spell.
Oh, right.
Twin spell has to have a single target.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you couldn't. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I won't do that then.
No worries. That's fine. Yep. Yeah. So you could like do hold monster on 2 things, or cast
Yeah.
2 damaging spells on single targets with 2.
So, I'm tempted just to do some aberration, but I want something between me and it, that pumpkin thing, because I'm not comfortable here.
Understandable.
Yeah. I could
You
just
can't
Misty
teleport.
Step, but then we're
Yeah.
surrounded by stuff, so Like, I'm inclined to stay close to Sora if I can, but
Okay.
I don't like it. Yeah, I'm gonna do Slod.
Okay. So bring out the slot. Where are you putting them?
I'm gonna try and put him in between me and it.
It won't fit there.
You won't?
He's in melee with you. You can put it next to him. You can't put it. Literally, there's no space between you and it. It's
No.
towering over
Okay.
you right now. So
Okay.
yeah. What's there a Sora up here? Go away. It was next to Sora on the field.
Oh, just because I got twin spelled.
Oh. Okay. So is the slot going to attack?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make the roll of attacks. He gets 2 claw attacks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The first one will miss. The second one will hit. So it will take 12 damage. As the claws rake into it there. The first one, sort of, it just sort of like weaves out of the way. And the second one just rakes across there, just scattering twigs and carrying the claw slightly over the shoulder. Up close here, something you can see. It is wearing sort of a while the fabric is all black and tattered and faded. There is a black sash
Yeah.
across the shoulders
about
there,
that.
down to the hip on the other side there.
I was thinking
it
because
sort of blends in, yes.
earlier on it said something about pull the Mad King sash, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's something that we need to do.
All right. Anything else you want to do? Any bonus action or try to
Can I
move
do
or
that?
else?
Can I pull his I haven't moved or anything. I just cast a
You can
spell.
try. I mean, it's sort of a an unarmed attack to try to grab the slash on him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's an unarmed attack, so basically going to make a dexterity check. Not really proficient in unarmed attack, so basically it'll just be a straight dexterity check to grab it.
I do have a claw attack.
You do, yes. Then go ahead and roll me a claw attack. That's right, as a tabaxi. Okay. Nope. You're gonna reach out there and kind of rip at it there, and just sort of like bats your hand away. No.
Okay.
All right. However, sorry. The only way that would work is if you were casting the summon aberration as a bonus action, because the claw attack would be an attack.
Oh yeah. No.
You could do quick. You could do quick cast and do the slot and do that. Sorcery point for quick cast, or 2 sorcery points. We can.
I'll leave it for now.
Okay, then yes. The claw didn't happen then. So,
Okay.
Yep. All right. Okay then. Anything else? Nope. Okay. So
I'll say to Sora to pull that sash, but telepathically.
Mm.
So let's see here. Yeah, why not? We'll have one of you little guys come up over here. As another big bike comes rushing out of the trees.
How does that one work?
This one runs over here. One of these runs up here. Come on now. Move. Thank you. There. And yeah, that will do, I think. Okay. You will see there is a sound of crashing in the trees over this direction here. You can't really see anything yet. There's some movement in the trees over there that you can't quite see.
Mm-hmm. Not that I'd be paying attention to it anyways, but okay.
Yep. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and bunch of little claw attacks there. Actually, at this point, with your ACs being what they are, there the little claws rake at you and are ineffectual and can't do anything to you because they're sort of like all around you, rushing in at you. So we'll call that good for their turn. And Thora, you're up.
All right.
The Scarecrow King is looming over top of you, scythe in hand, glowing fire from his eyes.
Mm-hmm. He sure is. So I'm going to hit him.
Okay.
I'm going to do a Divine Smite with a superiority die of goading attack.
Okay. Excellent. Roll that. That will definitely hit.
Mm-hmm. That would be on the person there.
Yep. It's going to be what, 23, 28 plus your D8 for superiority.
I thought
Well, it's
that was
already it's
low.
already in there. It's already in the ring. I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So 28 damage. Oof.
To attempt
Yeah.
to grab it, can I attempt to grab it? This sash?
It'd be an unarmed. I mean, you don't have a free hand to do it with, so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna telepathically tell Amethyst I'm gonna beat him down. It's her job to grab it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do my second attack on the twig behind me.
Okay.
I mean, like the oh,
Yeah, the twig behind me.
Okay.
This
It
one here.
pops. Yep.
Okay.
It goes kablooey, and you and Amethyst both get splattered.
It'll be okay. He's goading me. That's why I did it. And then I'm gonna action surge.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
I'm gonna hit the twig over here.
Sure.
Can we
Hopefully.
not get a save on the splatter?
Not when
I was gonna
not when they
say-
die.
Okay.
Oh, a 13 to hit.
They explode, and you just get covered because you're in 5 feet of it. 13
Does it-
will hit. It
Yes.
pops as well.
And then I'm gonna shift here.
Covered in more goo.
I am covered in more goo. You can't help it.
Mhm.
And with
No.
the last attack I
Why
have,
Go in there.
attack of opportunity.
You want to attack?
Oh, no.
okay, no, I'm not doing that. I'll just go back. I thought I was doing something different.
Okay.
Nope, all good. Okay.
You
For
attack
him, I'm going to divine smite him again.
Very good.
But I'm going to use the second level, so I'll have to roll another d8.
Okay, no worries. Roll that. 17 does not hit.
Oh, turd bucket. Doesn't matter. He's
Jeez.
goading.
You sweep out there, and you basically hit the cloth of his chest there, but you don't find any purchase underneath it there. Just it all flutters with the impact of thunder and everything else like that, and just looks down at you like the wide grin across the face there. You can see there is a lot of like broken twigs and tattered cloth now fluttering away there, and his eyes are like blazing with fire at this point. Elbon, you are up. Still grabbed by this thing.
Okay, yes, I am still grabbed by the thing.
Oh, sorry.
How close is? Oh, man. 15-foot cube. How close are you to me? Okay.
Ooh. Lucas is
Can I do-
right there.
Can I be at the very edge of the cube? And then the cube be centered going like this way from me?
I believe the cube has to be like in a. So basically, yeah. Let me draw a cube real fast here. A 15-foot cube.
It's 15-foot cube.
Let's pull out a 15-foot cube then. We have here 15-foot.
I want to be at the
15-foot cube. Come on now. Why is there a 15-foot cube? Oh, there we go. Ignore the effect of this one, but that's 15-foot cube right there.
yeah.
So yeah, you could do that,
Well, it
Is it
has to be
both-
centered. Myself has to be in it.
Oh, okay, it's a bit on you like that.
It's Thunderwave, yeah, it's Thunderwave.
Okay.
So
Okay, that hits all three.
yeah, and then it also pushes away
Sure.
everything 10 feet away from me.
Is there a side limit on that pushing away? Nope.
I
Okay.
don't think so.
Cool.
No.
All right. If they fail to save, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my
So-
action.
Let me go ahead and see what happens there. You can't really push away the one that's grappling you because it's. Yeah, let me see. This guy gets blasted away just because it is. It's what it is. Even half damage would take it out. But Lucas, you get splattered. Whee! And this one here, I guess roll. Let me make a strength check. Okay, he managed to hold on to you. So basically, you kind of move. You kind of.
Okay.
It's sort of effectively. Well, it can effectively keep you. So it's sort of rooted on the ground there. This one here, however, he has to make a saving there. Constitution saving throw. Yeah. He gets con save. Does not. So takes the full damage. Nice. Okay. And this one here. Let me do that. Oh, it makes that one. So he doesn't move anywhere. Does see the damage though.
And then my bonus action, my little turret is going to turn and just blow fire directly into this thing's face.
This one here.
This guy.
Cool. It's a deck save, right?
It is going to be dex save, yes.
Okay. Does not meet the deck saves. Roll your damage.
Okay. Scrolling down to it. There we go. 2d8 fire. Ooh,
That's a
9.
cone. Is it? A
9
15-foot cone, isn't it?
Yes.
So the cone basically would go out this way, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, right? So it would hit him too.
Yep.
Okay, let me go ahead and roll that save on him too. No, okay, good. Okay, so a 15, 9 to each. Cool. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, so fire licks up them, and you don't seem to react because they're trees, but they definitely do get burned.
Sweet.
Cool. All right.
Now it's my turn.
All right. So the thing on you, since it's already out there, let's see. Let's see. Can it reach? It might be able to reach. Yeah, it can reach, I think. Yeah. Okay. It will try to wrap around you, Lucas, there. Will grab you. So you are now stuck here as well. And it's going to try to grab the slot as well. See if you can do that. Yes. So the slot isn't, and it will reel the slot back into it. Because you see your slot go. Rip. It can only bite one of you though, so who's gonna bite? We'll make this fair and do so one. We'll start up with Lucas. You're 1, 2. Eldon, you're 3, 4, and the slot is 5, 6. 5, 6. Slot gets bit. It's gonna chomp down the slot, and that's 18. That hits the slot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it takes some damage. So you watch him. It wraps the tendril around you, Lucas, and then wraps one around the slot there, pulls it in there, and bites the slot last. So slot takes some damage.
20.
Yep. Oh, sorry. What did you have that set up as? 1 sec.
It's all right.
Okay, yeah, cool. All right, there we go. That's its turn. You hear some more crashing and see some movement in the trees over here, but nothing comes into view yet. Lucas, you're up. You are grappled, restrained, frightened, and gooped.
Fun.
I think we're all gooped now.
Eldon is not.
I say I'm still not good.
Yep. Gotcha. I see. Cool. Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah, just wondering what to do.
And you recognize the effect is very similar to fairy fire, so meaning invisibility won't work when you're gooped. Or you did watch the goop does fade fairly quickly, so.
He's talking to himself.
When I rolled the dice on roll 20, one of the dice got stuck, so it took ages for it to settle.
Oh no. All right. Ooh, nice. Okay, fireball. Where's it going? Right
On
there.
the big tree. Well, kind of beyond it, so it doesn't get obviously
Okay, so I will pull out a fireball and you can tell me where to put it there. So let me just grab that and go fire blast. That works there. So there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. That works out fine. So it's going to be. Go ahead and give me a. Actually, you rolled the damage already, so let me just roll my save for a good old Witherwood here. Wow. Okay. Never mind. He'll take that damage very, very well.
I do believe the last time we killed the other one was with fire as well.
It didn't do any extra damage, but it definitely did damage to it. So
Right.
It was not resistant to it. It didn't do any extra. Weirdly enough. But you will hear sort of a pop of a couple of other little tiny screeches of some other twig blights going poof. Okay, not that one. Undo that. Okay. There you go.
Must have
anything
been
else?
in the forest down.
Yep. Yep. So you're not. Yeah, you notice the trees here do not catch fire. Weirdly enough.
And I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Amethyst.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm still restrained by the thing, so
Yep,
that's it. Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. So the big thing, let's see what's it gonna do. Super intelligence. So let's see what it's gonna do. You did just throw fire at it. It doesn't like that. Gonna move to there. And it's gonna basically you see this reaches back and these like massive trunks there, kind of almost like fists. They're just kind of like coming down and slamming at you, Lucas.
I'm just picturing the Weeping Willow from Harry Potter.
Kind of. There's no like limbs off it. It's all just like bare wood there. I will say this. Based on your proximity to it and being right there, not be able to move, you will see there is sort of a glowing orb, sort of like pressed into the center of the chest of this thing, where the trunk of this thing. It is there, sort of like kind of pulsating and glowing, kind of an orangish color, not like fire, but sort of like more like orangish yellow. But it's going to try to slam you. It does have advantage since you're restrained, so 26 damage. Because the first one just hits you square, and the second slam will come down. Oh god, 30.
Say roll, Jim.
As it
Okay.
just
Rolls on your birthday, man. You get
I know it's your
a
birthday,
on this
Tim.
birthday.
Sorry.
This
I
is just
know.
out of order now. Okay.
Yeah, Lucas goes down.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that's the first time in for like ever.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's
And
its
I
turn
can't
there.
reach you.
Nope. Okay. Sora, you said you wanted to do bait and switch. You can do that if you want.
No, it's too late. I wanted to do it before, and it's good.
You asked me a while back there. I meant to say yes, you can. So if you want
No,
to, go ahead.
I wanted to do it before I did this. We're good.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Cool. So then it's going to come up there, and so, based on its proximity now, it's going to. You see him reach back and pull that stick that normally scarecrows would be propped up on, like out in the field there. But he pulls this thing out, and as he does, this crackling blade of fire reaches like forms across the stick there, and he holds it out there with this massive scythe in one hand and the sickle in the other hand, as it just goes, and it has to attack you, Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't have to. I'll make the wisdom save, see if he has any choice. No, 12 is not high enough, so it will be putting its attacks into you. One scythe and one sickle. So the first scythe attack, 22 will not be enough, will it? You block it with your shield. The sickle attack, 13. No, actually, he does have advantage, so 24 does not. Is that your AC?
No.
Currently?
No. Currently, it was 29.
No, that was one round only. It's been around.
One round.
Since then.
Okay. 24 is the AC then, yeah.
Okay, so 9 slashing damage.
Okay. Yep.
As
Got it.
As you sickle, the fiery scythe sort of like you kind of push it up and whiffs over your head there. And the sickle comes down and sticks into and slashes across you. Only for 9 slashing though. Is it gonna do anything else? That's an action. No. Nope. That'll be it for him. Yeah. Amethyst, you're up. You are currently still goopy, but you're inspired. And your slot was yanked away from you.
Yeah.
However, the slot does regenerate now, so how much does it get back? 5?
5, yeah.
I will.
I don't know.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, you can heal it up by 5. What you'll notice is that the large tree that you're fighting on, while it's as strong as it was, there's no legendary actions from it. It's not quite as powerful as the one that you encountered before. And that one was able to speak. This one doesn't seem to be speaking at all.
This is the slot's grappled, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and restrained.
So he can't do anything.
He can attack the tree that's holding him. He's just going to be at disadvantage.
Right. Okay. Damn.
So there's no reason it wouldn't. just flash away at it.
And I've got no way of getting to look at. I'm really stuck over what to do here. I'm really starting to panic.
Don't you have Misty Step?
I do. But that's
you can Misty Step and then move.
Yeah, I could do. That's not a bad call.
Yeah, moving of course moving first is bad, but Misty Step is not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that then.
So you Misty Step away. Although, just to point out, there will be able to cast Cure Wounds because it's also a level spell.
Yeah, but can I give him a potion?
He's good. Yes, as an action, yes. So go ahead and roll the potion then.
I'm just looking what potions I've got. Shit, I've got one now.
So you should have a grader. Didn't we give you 2 graders?
Yeah.
Out of
superior,
or actually,
or superior, but
I thought that we gave the superior to.
You did. I've got a superior and 2 great.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
3 great.
Yeah, whichever one you want.
I'll do the superior. 8d4 plus 8.
Yep, that's right.
26.
Nice. So Lucas gets 26 hit points back. As you see Amethyst standing over you. Oh, what's going on here? Don't do that. Where did you pop out?
Further back, but off the map. Just
Okay.
trying to keep out of the way a bit more.
I mean, this thing's got like a 40-foot like reach radius thing going on here.
Witherwood
Yeah, I know.
does have. You are moving out of Witherwood's reach, though. Actually, no, you're staying in his reach. Never mind. You haven't moved out of it. You just stayed in it. This guy here has very long arms, but
Yeah, I know.
you just moved in his reach. It's fine.
That's okay.
And I don't know what is going on here. I lost my chat box. Let me read. Refresh. Why are you doing this?
Did you pop it out accidentally?
It did. I don't know how to put it back in.
I think you have to refresh to put it back in. I don't think it goes back in.
Let me refresh real fast. Okay. 1 sec here.
Slod can actually attack hard.
Yes, again. Yes, so
With
2 attacks at
disadvantage.
disadvantage. Yep. That is correct.
We hit the thing that's got me grappled.
Yeah, it's 2 misses.
Okay.
12 and 11.
And I don't know what's going on here, but my music stopped working.
Did you refresh the page?
I did.
You
There it
did.
goes now. It's working now.
There you
Cool.
go.
Okay. Alrighty, cool. Sorry. We're all set now. That first claw would definitely disadvantage, never mind. Yes. Okay. So yeah, you will it sort of rakes its claws across the wood but doesn't find purchase, essentially. All right then. Twig blights. They will be ineffectual and do their thing. Sure, it's gonna go ahead and spew goop at Eldon. So Eldon, give me a dexterity save.
Automatically fell.
Oh yeah, that's right. So you get gooped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So this one will rush up to you and try to goop you. Give me a dex save.
Dex save.
Sorry, Sora, for leaving you there on your own.
It's all right. I gotta grab 20.
Nice. So you dodge out of the way. At the end of the turn, Lucas, yours fades. Amethyst, yours fades. And Sora, yours fades. Hold on, yours stays because you just got gooped at this turn.
I just got gooped in the
Yep.
I just got it.
All right. All right. So Sora, you're up.
All right. Well,
Little guy tried to spew goop at you, and you ducked out of the way of it. The goop faded away on you, and you have the Scarecrow King standing over you.
I'm gonna hit the little guy first.
Okay. Okay. You get covered in goop again
I don't care.
as he pops.
I like goop. Goop is my favorite
Sure.
thing.
I
And
mean,
then I'm going.
It gives the guy advantage against you. That's always happy for me.
I am going to shift a little bit.
Okay.
Feel more comfortable over there.
Sure.
Divine Smite and the one more superiority die goading because I don't want him leaving away from me.
Okay. That will hit. So
I haven't
16.
rolled yet.
Well, I was looking
There
at the. No, you did 16.
That was for the little dude that popped. This is for the big guy.
This is the big guy. Gotcha. Sorry,
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, and that's
yes,
going
definitely
up to that's a level 2 Divine Smite, so you get one more D8 there.
That's fine. 26. Okay. He is going to do something that he can do for the first time.
And
Yes,
can
he
I
is.
tell if he is bloodied or anything?
It's hard to tell on this guy because unfortunately he is a creature you've never seen before. He is looking rather ragged, though. I will say this. I mean, it's hard to say
Okay.
how he is definitely. You see gaps and there's twigs hanging off of him, and he's still holding his items, but he's definitely has some gaps, and he is sort of leaning off to one side as if he's been partially broken. Let me just say something real fast. You can take some damage here, likely. Need to see. There it is. Give me a dexterity save.
Yay, dexterity saves.
As when you hit him, he erupts in fire, and the fire kind of lashes out at you. Hellish rebuke.
9 plus 4,
Nope, that will not be enough.
17.
Nope, that will not be enough.
Cool.
His DC save is higher than that for this, and this will be 25 fire damage washes over you. Just
Yep.
Let's see. I will say this, after that hit though, you can just see he is definitely there's some like he is kind of bent in odd angles. He is not looking good.
Purple is bloodied.
Okay. Anything else? Oof.
No, that's everything I can do.
Okay.
He is goading, so like he has that.
Okay. Yeah, you have to run away from you to do anything else. So Eldon, you are up.
Okay. You're going to see while my hand is restrained, I'm reaching down and flicking the switch on my glove that activates my Mizium generator.
Okay.
So hey, it doesn't blow up.
Yay!
And I teleport. Well, 1 second. I do that, and then I gotta do this. Hey, I teleport. So
Misty step or
Misty step. Yeah.
okay. Wait,
So-
teleport? Really? Where are you going?
I'm going over here.
Go farther than that.
Well, I wanted to stay near Amethyst.
Okay.
But no, that's true. That's true.
I mean, you do know you're in his reach.
Yeah, I know. At 30
Actually,
feet.
You can't. That direction you can't get out of his reach. Never mind.
There's. I mean, I feel like I'm in his reach no matter what I do. Because I can only get 30 feet, right?
Yep. That would be good. He has a 15 foot reach. So that would be, yep, that's out of his reach. So you appear over there.
So I appear over here. And then I'm going to reach up and I can't do a bonus action spell, can I?
Not
I
a
just
level
did a bonus
spell,
action, not a level spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I do a cantrip? Can I cast a cantrip? Attack cantrip?
Yes, you could. Yeah, because Misty Step is a bonus action. Fine.
Okay. Well,
I'll allow that.
actually, no. No, because we ruled that when I activate my Mizium generator, that's my action.
It's an action to do it. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's my turn.
Okay. So you're out of danger for the moment. All right then. This one here. I mean, it could just pull you back in.
Good.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it has so many other friends to play with.
No, if that's what it would do, that's what it would do.
It's all about keeping friends close. It's going to go ahead and lash out at you. 22 with advantage. Your shield?
Yeah, I am. I don't want to be friends again. I have all of my first level spells. So.
Yep. So yeah. So you basically the tendril lashes out at you. It goes off the shield. It will then throw a lash out an amethyst. 20.
Yep.
So yoink. And pulls you in. And now it will chomp on one of 3 people. Let's see which one it does. It will do the same thing. We'll start with the Lucas, QB 1-2, Amethyst 3-4, and Slide 5-6. 2, Lucas. As it tries to chomp. You are no longer frightened, by the way. Let me move that out there. As a 1 round thing only. So 23. So that does hit you, I believe.
Yeah, definitely.
So 19 damage. As it bites on you and the acid kind of drips into your wounds as it does. Acid from its fangs.
I hate this thing.
It's almost worse than the big guy, yeah. Hungry.
It's so annoying.
So Sora's
Yep.
having lots of fun.
Lucas, you're up. You're no longer frightened. You actually are. You are currently prone.
Yeah.
Restrained and grappled.
I'll stand.
Yep, you can use your feet again. You kind of force yourself to your feet. There's still the thing is still wrapped around you.
And I'll grab an amethyst.
Okay,
Dimension door.
where you going?
Oh, I don't want to go too far away from everyone.
We don't know the thing's actual reach. Yeah.
So I don't know how many other things are in the forest.
Right.
So back
We've
over
been
here,
hearing
maybe.
noises.
No, I'm going
We've
to go directly behind Sora.
Been hearing
Okay.
noises.
And
Okay,
drag amethyst
I'll
with me.
Okay, so with this, you get dragged away, and
I'll
up here.
Give Sora bardic inspiration.
Very good. Sora, you're inspired. All right. Do you want to move at all? Because you still have your movement left. You want to just because at this point you're no longer grappled and restrained because you are no longer in centrals.
I know, I'm quite happy directly behind Sora.
All right. Very good. Big guy. Well,
Maybe not.
I mean, yeah.
Of
It will
course.
move there and try to bash the gnome. So it's going to reach out, and from there it does have a 15-foot reach, so it can reach you there. Hello.
A gnome? What gnome is over there? Oh,
Left Eldon on his own, poor thing.
I have a 24 AC right now.
Excellent. Okay, it does have advantage because you are glowing.
Yep.
So slam number 1.
ooh,
26.
That hurts.
18 bludgeoning. Slam number 2. 25. 13 bludgeoning.
Oh, I'm down to 30 health.
That's a turn. Scarecrow King, who is looking very terrible, but just cackling wildly and having the time of his life, or unlife, or whatever he is.
we need to
He will-
uncrackle his crackle.
So, Thor being there where you are,
And he's goaded.
he is. Let's see.
Would he be smart enough to know?
Oh, he's not. He's fairly intelligent, actually.
Yeah.
He's going to do something. So Sora, his eyes flare as he just cackles, and his eyes flare. You see this like brilliant light in front of your eyes. There, go ahead and roll me a Wisdom saving throw.
I'm good at those.
Mhm.
And then I say that and I'll fail.
Very good. So you will find that okay. So you feel this wave of energy pass over you, and your muscles start to seize up for a second there, but you shake it off. But you are left shaken and frightened by the experience. You did not get paralyzed, but you're still frightened.
I was already scared of it, Jim. Like, we didn't need to make it so.
Well, now it's official.
Not
With
going
that,
anywhere.
however, with that, you are required to move away from him. Use your reaction to move away from him.
It's not my turn.
Use your reaction to move away from him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can go anywhere.
Away from him.
Uh-huh.
You can't go toward him. You have to go away from him.
Uh-huh.
So, back over here somewhere.
My whole movement speed, right?
You can go to the edge of the map. It's fine. I don't need to go off the map. There you go. Fine. Okay. And then he will move forward to there, but he's out of attack. So he's done. He looms up over you, Lucas, there, and
You look a
Telepathic.
little ragged, don't you?
And Amethyst, it's your turn.
Do it now.
Thankfully, I've just spent like a few minutes trying to get Roll20 to load up again, and it's just loaded.
Good. Perfect timing.
I'm going to cast a fun little spell
Uh-oh.
over there.
I don't think it's fun at all.
I do. You will. You'll love it.
Pretty good. I'm sure I will. Bring it on.
It's a 20-foot radius sphere centered on. I'm going to center it like, where can I
Over
get
there?
it so it doesn't hurt the slot? Let me see.
Here, I'll give you a 20-foot radius. 1 sec. We can move
okay.
it around. Let's just go with, let's go around general size 1, 20-foot radius. Boop. So, there.
Yeah, I think so. Is there any way I can get all three? There isn't, is there?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there. There you go.
Yeah, that'll do. All right.
Okay. What you got? Oh no.
That one.
Intelligence saves.
Yeah.
Well, he's okay at this. Let's see.
Until the dice roll.
16? No.
Nope.
He is not good at this. 0. And this just goes away because even half damage would be enough to destroy that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 30. So 29 damage. Oof. Is this one just sort of like thrashes and thrashes around there? And what's the lingering effect on that? I know it's the minuses to their rolls or something.
Model thoughts for a minute. It rolls a d6 and subtracts the number rolled from all its attack rolls and ability checks, as well as Constitution saving throws to maintain any concentration.
Okay, good. All right. So there's that then. Anything else?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
No worries. It's fine.
I meant to do that.
Okay. Yes.
That was better. I'm not sure I can do much else. Oh, my Lord can have a go at that thing.
Yeah.
With disadvantage.
Yep. $14, $16. I think the second one might hit. Let me double check that. Yeah, second one will hit.
Okay.
So 13. Oof.
Yep.
Yeah. So effectively, the first one sort of like just skeeters off the bark. The second one just sinks straight into where the kind of the just above where the mouth is, and just shoves the claws into there and rips out a chunk of wood that makes the whole thing shudder and collapse. The large one is still standing over top of it there, but yes, it is now the smaller the witherlash tree is gone. All right. Cool. Twig blights. There are none left really of any consequence. Sora, you're up. You are still frightened.
Still
You
frightened.
cannot.
Okay.
Yep.
But I have this lovely little lightning javelin that you gave me.
Sure. I mean, not lightning. It's just a spell.
Spell breaker. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So I want to throw it at him.
Sure.
Where's it at?
You are disadvantaged because you are still frightened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why is it not giving me? Come on. Oh, it won't let me roll at disadvantage. I'll just roll twice.
Just roll twice, yeah. 16 hits it. Roll that damage. Now I will ask you this.
I was trying to aim for like the sash to go with the sash.
Do you want to smite with this?
Of course.
Then go ahead and roll your damage.
It's just 1d8 or 2d8.
Okay, you have a first level spell slot left?
Yeah, I do.
Aw. Okay, 16.
That's the last one of my first level spells.
What does it look like when you light this guy up?
Yes. So, the javelin will reach right into his that little glowy part that you showed us, and it just erupt from the inside outward. All the pretty little colors.
Okay. So, Amethyst, Lucas, you see this javelin come over your shoulders, just and sink into the center of this thing's chest, and just burst with all sorts of radiant energy there, glowing colors there. Its eyes flare with fire as it screeches and hisses, and just like a sack of bones just collapses to the ground through the clatter. The weapons clatter too. The scythe drops there, and the blade shifts away to become a stick. The sickle it's holding there clatters to the ground, and you see the blade just corrode away into nothing there and turn into a normal stick. However, it is there on the ground, a tattered pile of sticks and cloth. Eldon.
I still have an extra action.
So you
Open the bag.
Actually, technically, Thora, you can. The thing you you're afraid of is gone, so you can move freely, but you are still frightened until the end of. Oh, actually, yeah, you are still frightened for now.
I just wanted to take a potion.
Okay, go for it. And your fear will fade at the end of your turn.
Cool.
That's the wrong one.
After
Boop, boop. Where's that's the one. There you go. Cool. And yes, the goop fades as well.
oh yay, no goop.
Hold on, your goop fades as
no
well.
goop.
Because the twig blades been already passed up. So Eldon, you are no longer glowing. You are still in this thing's reach. You are
Okay.
beaten and bruised.
I am so beaten and so bruised and annoyed about it. So
It is looking pretty bad. I will say this much. It is tattered. You see chunks of wood from it. You see twigs have been snapped off of various limbs. It is not looking real good.
I'm going to raise my gun and just unleash. You'll see like a charge build up in the front, and then it explodes out in a line.
Guess what? It's not good at dexterity.
Yes.
11.
Oh, I also roll an additional d8 with this.
Excellent. 31 damage. Oh. Yes.
And for good measure, he's within my 15-foot cone.
He sure is.
Bonus action. I'm gonna light him up with fire as well.
Okay. A dexterity save. 9 more. Okay. No. Okay. Oof. You can see it is charred. You see the chunks of a massive chunk of the side of the trunk there has been blown away by the lightning bolt there. It is like almost is like teetering and just barely standing up at this point. Lucas, you saw the flash of light there. You see the collapsed form of the Scarecrow King on the ground before you, and the massive tree still looming over Eldon in the slot over there. Looking very bad.
Yep. I'm gonna cast at it.
Okay, go for it. Nice. Okay, wisdom saving throw. Okay. And with that, as the cackling whispers and dissonant sounds, screeches in its head and everything else like that, it stops moving suddenly. And you just see the limbs and lumps and limbs of the tree just sort of slump and stop moving. The forest goes quiet all around you. There's still a little bit of like crackling of twigs and snapping of the rustle of leaves, but things are quiet around you now. What would you like to do?
I want to go pull that sash if it's still there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Yeah, So there, you kind of root around there, and you see so the tattered black faded cloth there, and then the black sash. It's a little bit more intact than the rest of it. There, you're able to kind of pull it away from there, and this black wide sash um about 6 inches, 8 inches across there, unadorned, just uh um just sort of plain looking black cloth. You can feel sort of a cool um a bit about the fabric. Even though this thing was made of this very fiery, this fabric is very cool to the touch. What else would you like to do? Eldon's away for just a moment here. I will say this, though Eldon is not currently in camera right now. I will say that he looks down. Oh, yeah, you go. You look down and you see the acorn. The sap in the acorn is glowing quite brightly as you pull it out and look at it there. Basically, you are in very close proximity.
Yeah.
The collapsed body of the tree. You see there's this glowing, almost recessed. It literally just to the left of where you blew a hole with the lightning bolt through the tree there. You see this kind of this glowing orb, roughly 8 inches around.
Yeah. I'll activate my little rocket boots and kind of like float up there. And
the tree is like on the ground.
Okay.
You can
Oh,
it's
okay,
yeah. The tree is about maybe a couple feet tall, so you can kind of reach up to it there.
Yeah.
It's not hurting.
Okay. Yep. So I'll go ahead and
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay. So I was going to use Mage Hand to.
Okay. Sorry, you're using Mage Hand. That's fine then. You make the save there. So as you go to kind of pull it out there with Mage Hand, it can't quite pull it out. It's a little maybe heavier than 10 pounds. You're not sure, but it's also kind of wedged in there, so you can't quite. Well, you're kind of like touched there. You will see that the wood around the orb there is smoldering slightly. Little wisps of smoke wafting up from it. So while you use the Mage Hand there, it can't pull the thing free because it isn't quite strong enough to yank it out.
Now I'll use my gloved hand to.
Okay. So those back here, you guys are standing back there. You see Eldon sort of like reach like spin the Mage Hand out there, glowing hand there, trying to pull something from the tree, and it can't seem to do it. Anything else you want to do before as he starts to reach forward to grab it with his hands? And Amethyst, you're walking over that direction, so
looking at what's left of the scarecrow thing.
Yeah.
So there were the wood that was weapons. They're still there.
Yeah, you see the scythe that was there, the sickle that was there. The metal is still sort of there, but it's corroded away. The other piece that he pulled from his back there, the scythe that was a fiery blade there, the blade is gone, but the wood's still intact. Long, like somewhat twisted, warped stick of like chunk of wood about 5 feet long. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will say it does still have an aura of magic about it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, you pick it up there. Amethyst, what were you doing, Amethyst and Sora?
I wanted Eldon to have a look at the sash, but he's busy at the moment trying to do a thing. So
okay, so you walk up there behind him there. Eldon, now give me a dexterity save.
I could get the slot to do it. I can have all these hit points right now.
You go to reach, and as soon as you get your gauntleted hand there and try to reach the orb there, as the heat of it, you realize would burn your hand if you try to grab it with your hand. So you don't take any damage. So you caught it in time to go, whoop, nope. That's too hot.
Yep. I pull out a crowbar out of my bag of holding and try and like wedge it into next to it and like pop it out.
Okay, so Eldon's going for his tools. Amethyst, what are you doing? Sora, what are you doing?
I'll ask him if I can do anything to help.
I am not sure. This thing is very, very hot. Ooh, how about you get out your portable hole and I will try and pry this out and we can drop it into the portable hole.
Okay. You see she's sitting there holding this black strip of cloth in her hands as she walks up to you. Sora.
What is that you have there?
You remember when the Pixie kids were saying if you meet the Mad King, don't forget to pull his sash?
Yes.
Sash.
I mean, just out of curiosity, we'll hold the sash up to the acorn.
The sash is very cool to the touch.
Interesting. I will try and pull it out with my hand in the sash, like
as you put the sash, touch the sash to the orb there, and your hand there, the sash. The acorn, the seed dims slightly, and the heat recedes as you're able to kind of. It even shrinks just slightly there, and you're able to pull it out from the tree with no problem at all. As you are holding this. At this point, it shrinks from about 8 inches to about 6 inches. And it's much less glowing to the touch. It's glowing, and there's no heat to the touch of it while you're holding with the sash.
I'm gonna wrap the whole thing in the sash, and then not put it in the bag of holding, but just hold on to it.
Okay, you hold on to it there. Sora, as you walk up behind Amethyst, there you will see something. You saw up close a whole bunch of twig blights. There is one on Amethyst's back, specifically pulling itself out of Amethyst's backpack.
Ooh. Okay. We
tackle
call it
that thing. Tackle that thing. Tie it up again. Put it back.
I think what I'm gonna do though is not do that though. I'm not gonna tackle it because I weigh a lot. I am going to, however, grab a hold of it.
Yeah.
As best as I can and let somebody with smaller fingers do it.
Okay. Give me a athletics check.
Athletics.
I feel like we could just put it in a bag or something.
Okay. It's not very strong. Let me just see how strong it is real quick. Because if it rolls well, maybe it'll get away.
I still have that bardic inspiration on.
You want to go for it and use it? That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
just to make sure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have.
It's a D8 now. Is it D8?
D10.
D10 now. Roll a D10.
Nope.
Okay. There's a disadvantage because it's still pulling itself out there. So you managed to like at least it's squirming around trying to get there, but it's still partially tied up. It's sort of like pulling it and still partially tangled up in the bag there. So you managed to like kind of like hold it in place to keep it from like getting away. It's sort of like thrashing around trying to get there. You're kind of like holding it. Well, you don't like grab it and hold on to it. You kind of like keeping it and keep it from getting away. And it looks just like the rest of the twig blights you've been fighting.
Yes. Yes. Hold him, Miss Amethyst. I will be right over.
I'm Sora.
Amethyst, you're kind of
paladin.
like looking over your shoulder as seeing this happen behind you, and you're back there as this twig blight is trying to thrash around. And
I'm going to pull out fresh little twine there.
We probably just need a sack or something. Tie him in a sack.
Well, he was in your backpack.
Between the two of you, you're able to kind of tie it back up again, tuck it back away so it can't get out anymore. And you have the world seed. Anything else you want to do, or you want to head back?
Yeah, we want to head back, don't we?
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to look around.
I want to heal up.
Okay. You guys do some healing off of that. What you see basically is a whole lot of like dead trees, and you will find a second Witherlash tree, like the one that was animated, that lashes out there and grabs people there. A second one over here. It is collapsed. Essentially, it is sort of like slumped and not moving at this point. You can kind of see the tendrils off of it, the kind of the viney looking tendrils off of it, but it has no damage to it there. But you can see that it's right around over here there. It's just sort of like slumped and not moving. The one over here is slashed and burned and smashed and broken. The large tree here, same thing. But other than that, you don't find much. You find a couple other, as you kind of move around, there's some more little twig blights will skitter off into the trees, running away from you, kind of moving off into the branches. As you approach them, they just sort of get away from you. You guys can do some healing there, obviously, and
yeah. I'll dump a third level into. Oh, I only have one more. I'm gonna dump a third level into myself.
Okay.
I have cure wounds, I think. Do I have it?
You used up all your spell slots, haven't you?
Maximum.
I still have a second level spell slot left.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that too.
Mm-hmm. Although if I'm going to do that, are we going to be here like a hot minute, or are we just like going?
I am out of fourth level, out of third level. I have 1 second level and 3 first levels.
Can we be here for like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Don't see why not. I can identify, actually, Mr. Lucas, I can identify that.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm doing prayer healing.
Ooh,
excellent.
Yes.
Okay, so
Since
that
we're gonna
does
be here for a
2d8
hot
plus
minute.
2d8 plus your mod to everyone around you.
Mm-hmm. My mod is my charisma, right? So charisma.
Yep.
3.
Yeah, I got my 1 hit point back.
Yep.
Oh, it already did it.
Lucky you.
Oh. Yeah, so 14 healing to everybody else.
It should be 27 healing.
Why?
Oh, that's the superior. Never mind. That's not what I'm looking at. Mm-hmm,
yeah, yeah.
14 healing.
14. You guys identify while she's doing that, and you're kind of sitting around there, nursing your wounds and everything else. It is a essentially when you use the command word, which you can determine what that is there. Is the Sylvan word for splash and burn. The Sylvan words for slash and burn. It will actually ignite a blade of fire across it, and it can. Essentially, it could do slashing damage plus fire damage.
Cool. Yeah. Sweet.
So,
okay. I hand that back to Lucas.
It is a martial weapon, so Lucas, I don't think you can use it, but I mean, you can.
Can't use it, but yeah.
Yeah, it does make a cool staff. It is about. I mean, it's roughly 5 feet. You know that when he activated it, it lengthened a little bit too, but it's about 5 feet long.
It's the most legit walking stick of all time.
Yep. It does require attunement, so yes, it does. But it is a very unique and interesting weapon.
Very cool.
Anything else you want to look into or check out?
While we're just sitting around here, I want to go ahead and identify this cloth as well.
The cloth doesn't have any really intensely magical properties. It effectively it doesn't have any specific magic properties. It seems to have. I mean, it's sort of a general magic to it. There, it seems to absorb heat. in some way, but not in any really stat way to do it. It doesn't give you anything specific benefit there. You think it might actually? You know what? You guys can identify.
Yeah.
Essentially, you attune to it. You get fire resistance.
Oh shoot.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a sash of fire resistance. So essentially, it's kind of like a ring of fire resistance, but it's a sash that you wear.
Very cool. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're able to gather things up. You kind of do your things there, heal up a bit there, and find your way back out of the autumn wood.
Mm-hmm.
You use the notching there. You'll notice that the acorn that you're holding there, the sap is dried up. It is no longer glowing. It is dried up. It's still a little acorn, a large acorn top there, but it is no longer glowing or anything else. It is dry. Taking your bearings with the stick that Glorin gave you, you're able to kind of reorient yourself there, and now moving sunwise with the sun to your left, you start heading back. Playing around with it and listen to what he said there. If you move closer to the sun and walk, the distance travels much faster, like being on the inside of a record player. It seems things move by faster the closer you are to the center. You find that time passes very quickly. Within seconds, you're out. I mean, within 20, 30 steps, you find yourself crossing back over into summer. Within 50 or 60 steps, you find yourself moving into spring.
How's our new little friend doing?
As you check on him, when you reach spring, the struggling stops. And you find that as you examine him moving back into the lands of spring, and we'll just put you back on where I need to put that back up there. One sec. Just one moment.
See, now I feel bad. We killed all those twig blights and they were just little bitty hymns in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
We should have taken them with us.
You move back into spring, the glowing vibrancy. What you'll see from him is he doesn't wake up, but you'll see that the twigs that make up his body at this point, there's little buds appearing on the twigs. It's not struggling anymore, but little buds are appearing on the twigs there. And as you watch, they start to grow a little by little as they're back among spring.
Can we untie him now and let him ride on my shoulder again?
He's actually not able. His eyes don't open there. He's not actually moving. He's a bundle of twigs now that's sort of regrowing at this point.
Do you want to hold him? You can hold him.
You can definitely hold
Baby.
him.
Yeah, like a little baby.
All right. So you walk in amongst the. You walk through spring, eventually finding yourself back in the glade where you see the pixies all dancing around. You see a number of little fey creatures and everything else. And what you'll notice is that who's holding the orb? Who's holding the seed?
Me.
Alden.
Okay. The seed changes. Still wrapped in the cloth, not giving off a glow, not an orangish glow, but a green glow. Cool to the touch, and it glows a soft, vibrant green as you hold it. The pixies all kind of dance around, flying around there, and Siobhan stands there in near the house. Yeah, I know I have a picture. I'll put that up here because I'd missed that.
I thought we created a mini for her as well, didn't we?
I thought so too, and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find her real fast and drop her in here, because I know I had it. Let me see. Nope,
All right,
I can't.
so
Can't find it
while
right now. So
we-
we're running low on time. So yes, you saying?
when we killed that thing,
Mm-hmm.
the cackling stopped, right? And I'm not afraid of him anymore. But like,
Mhm.
let me just say, he's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
He's called the Scarecrow King, so yeah.
I didn't like him. I don't want to be
I'm-
here anymore. I want to go home.
Understandable. And frankly, you've done everything I could ask. And a little more. And she glances down at Glorn in your hand there.
Pass him to her, like gently,
Oh,
like
yeah.
handing over a baby.
She will just take him and kind of, and you'll see here as she holds
Hold
on
his
to him,
head.
she sort of runs her hands across the top of you assume where the head would be, this bundle of sticks there, and little green sprouts pop up, and the little green like long pine needle hair start to sprout. And you see the limbs sort of like the withered grayish texture to the bark of his skin being more brown and more healthy looking. And she just sort of like, I think he'll be fine. And she sort of sets him down on a little pedestal off to the side there. And now, all of you wish to go home. And that I can provide. Yes.
Sinister.
You have done everything I could have asked for you, and so of course I will return you back to the place where I met you.
Okay.
Before we go, Amethyst, a gift was given to you by, and you see a little pixie outside there, like, and it's a little pixie there, and you recognize the one that gave you the bow.
Yeah. I'll take the bow out and say, yeah, I do still. I'm still attuned to it. I still use it occasionally.
Well, I could absolutely make that something a little bit more useful to you, if you would like. A gift given that's not of use is not a true gift. So, if you like, I could make it into something that's a little more appropriate to your abilities.
We're not going to owe you any more favors, are we?
No. This is correcting a gift, not
Okay.
an additional gift.
I'll hand it over.
Okay, so she takes it, and the bow is about yay big. I mean, not very large. They're about 8 inches across there, a little tiny bow there. She takes it, and she looks at it and goes, runs her hands along, and the string glows a bright, almost like vibrant silvery color. And it pops off. And the bow straightens. And she takes her hands and kind of pulls it across there, and the wood sort of like splits into 3 and changes to a bright blue, a bright yellow, and a bright purple color. And as you watch, the strands weave together, almost like braiding themselves. And the little bowstring wraps around the base of this. And she hands you back a wand.
Okay.
This, you take it in your hand and you feel you're still attuned to it.
Okay.
But it's different now. And we'll describe how next time. But effectively, I'll just give you a couple things here. It has 2 benefits. It's a Wand of the War Mage +2.
Oh, hello.
And will give you the sleep spell. You can always know the sleep spell. However, when you cast sleep on a single target, it will do double the hit points.
Okay.
You're really sleeping.
Oh,
Yes. Wand of Slumber.
thank you very, very much.
Of course. And with that, I can send you back if you're ready.
I think we are. Before we go, talking of gifts, the token that you gave, do we keep that to remember you? Do you need it to be returned to you?
Well, at this point, the favor owed by its significance will have been discharged, and so it won't hold any power, but just a bauble at this point.
Okay.
So essentially, you still have it. And
Yeah.
let me just go fast here. Oh, yes.
It just won't do anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
See here, one sec. No, that's not what I want here. That's right. One sec, one fast here. Yeah. So yeah, we'll go there. With that, yes, just gather close, please. And so the pixies will kind of flit around you there, as you see a ring of flowers just appear around the five of you. Torben there is standing kind of quietly and still looking wide-eyed around at everything there, just sort of, it's good to see you back. I'm. It was very nice to be here, but I want to go home.
Yeah. And when we get home, Amethyst promised to make me pumpkin pie. I'm pretty sure y'all get you a piece.
I also, in fact, did promise for a pumpkin pie as well.
Yes. So double pumpkin pies.
We'll have a baking contest next time. So with that, a ring of flowers appears around the five of you, sorry. And as you start to see kind of the glow appear around you, kind of greenish haze through the air, you'll look over, and at that point, you'll just see Glorn sort of sitting up. A little better color, a little more roundness to him, leaves starting to reform over him, and just sort of like,
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, Glorn.
as the glow sort of like, and you find yourself sort of blinking at brilliant green light for a moment there. And seconds later, hours later, it's hard to tell. The passage of time sort of fuzzes for a moment there. And you find yourself standing in front of the Mystic Menagerie.
Mm-hmm.
It's daytime. People are walking in the street there. It's a beautiful spring day.
Turn around. Is the menagerie open?
Yes, it is.
That dude who works in there that we got rid of, is he still there?
Right. I was saying I opened the door. Is
You walk
Lucas's
inside and you
girlfriend
see
Alindra.
Alindra.
and you see Danlin in there, kind of stocking shelves there with his
cool.
bronze little contraption there. He's like, "Oh, hi, nice to see you." And Alindra's like, weren't you going to check on something for the syndicate?"
Yeah,
Yes.
we didn't come back.
Well, welcome back. I hope you have some information. So, let's
Do we, in fact, have information? We have a lot of information.
Yeah, we do.
And with that, we will call things to a close for the day. As you find yourselves back in Port Oris in familiar surroundings in what seems to be a familiar time, at least. Everything intact, and I hope you guys all had fun. I know I did. It was a fun one to put together.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And happy birthday again, Jim.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and thank you for everything you guys did, and it's awesome. With that though, of course, I had fun putting them together. So, with that though, again, if you're out there watching, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Thanks for watching in the future, all of that. As always, thanks for hanging out at the Tankard. And next time, drinks are on us. Take care. We'll see you guys real soon.
Bye.